Okay, we are live. Welcome everyone for tuning in today to Community Television. It's 11 o'clock and it's Tuesday, May 3rd. You're watching the Board of County Commissioners work session. And the first item that we're going to have is our quarterly joint meeting with the United States Forest Service staff. And so we have Karen Schroyer, the District Ranger, with us today, and a few new folks that I think you'd like to introduce on TV for the general public as well.
I would, thank you. So with me today I have Erin Carey, who is our new Deputy District Ranger on the Aspen-Sophus Ranger District. Erin has been working with us for about 6 months now, but it just became official a few weeks ago that she is our new Deputy District Ranger behind David Frankham. Okay. And behind me here we have Mike Donald, who is our new Deputy Forest Supervisor, working under Scott Fitzwilliams, and Mike works out of the supervisor's office in Glenwood Springs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
We have prepared a few topics that we wanted to kind of touch base on, and I think you've been given those in advance, and then certainly any topics that you would like to present to us or bring up as well. And we'll just perhaps start with the first item that's on our agenda, and that is the Joint Enforcement Officer role, and we really appreciate the cooperation and good work we've had with that with you.
Yep, you bet. Do you want to start with that, or do you want me to start down here with, do you guys mind if we go a little bit out of order?
Do it, yeah.
Okay.
We're fine.
Great.
We have an hour, and we'll just cover all the bases.
Yeah, we'll cover it all.
Okay.
And I kind of split it up to give Erin a few minutes to talk as well. So I wanted to first start talking about the management and retention of Aspen-Sophus District Ranger District recreation facilities.
Okay.
And my guess is when I saw that headline that you were all referring to what we're calling our recreation site analysis, RSA, that
Yes.
we've been doing over a several year period across the agency and on the White River National Forest. And it's an opportunity for us to go through and align our developed recreation sites, which are our campgrounds and our day use areas and our trailheads, with the funding sources that we have coming in, and get realistic about what we can afford to keep open and what we can afford to maintain. So that process has been a long time coming, and I think we're very close to a point where we're going to be releasing a lot more information to the public and to you folks as well, in terms of what sites and facilities we think we can afford to keep open and maintain, and what sites that we think we're going to either need to look at alternative ways of managing or even possibly closing. We have gone through a process where we use criteria such as the amount of deferred maintenance that a site currently has on the facilities, the amount of public use those sites get, the number of visitors at those sites, and how does that site fit within our forest recreation niche, which is a whole other discussion that we could have sometime. But the forest has developed a recreation niche that we look at in terms of what sites fit within that recreation niche, and what sites aren't so well fit. And based on criteria like that, then we've gone through and we've ranked all of our recreation sites across the forest, not just across this district, but as a bigger unit across the forest. We've ranked all of our sites, and we're going to have to make some hard decisions in the near future about how we manage these sites and what we're able to keep open and what we're not. In terms of Pitkin County and some of the sites that we're taking a hard look at right now, they include the Dinkle Lake Day Use Area, the Avalanche Campground, and the Elk Wallow Campground up the Frying Pan area. Those are all sites that have really high use or high levels of deferred maintenance, and we just don't have the funds to maintain them. The Elk Wallow Campground is a site that is currently managed by our concessionaire, but it needs a new toilet, and a new toilet costs anywhere from $25,000 to $40,000 depending on whether it's a one-hole or a two-hole toilet, and those, those expenses just they don't come easily. And our concessionaire, if they were to invest $25,000 to $40,000 into a toilet at that site, they would never make up the money that they invested in that with the fees that they're charging up there. So there's just some decisions that we're going to have to make, and we're not going to be making those decisions until we go out with a full public process first and involve you folks and involve our local publics, all of our publics, on what we want to do with those sites. So that's kind of where we're at with it. I don't have any more specifics that I can give you. Do you guys have other questions regarding that process?
Yeah, George, please.
Well, maybe you give us just at least for the public, a quick background in terms of the Forest Service, at least the White River, which is, as we know, is the most heavily visited forest in the nation. And you generate the most revenues, and unfortunately most of those revenues go into the general treasury. But and I know it's different legislation, but for the BLM, they're able to actually capture the dollars that they charge for specific sites and then reinvest them into those sites. So is that something that we should be looking at in terms of future legislation to allow some of those revenues to stay at those sites, and that way we could keep those campgrounds, facilities open?
So that's a great question, George, and we actually work under the same legislation. It's the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act, and we have that fee authority, and then we've also got the Granger Thrive fee offset authority that allows us to use the concessionaire, the private operators, to operate and maintain our campgrounds. We, on the White River National Forest, feel very strongly in terms of using concessionaires as much as possible to operate and maintain our campgrounds. We've got a great concessionaire that has done a fantastic job for us in operating and collecting the fees, and a certain percentage of the fees they bring in also go back into those campgrounds. So we have the same authority, and those are options that we can look at in the future as well. It's a matter of how much is the public willing to pay in terms of a fee, and some of our campground fees are upwards of, I think, $20-25 a night now, and how high do those fees get raised in order to be able to keep the deferred maintenance under control? So those are options that we're going to look at as well. We're not just going to look at a site, say hog wall, and say we can't afford to keep it open anymore, we're going to close it. We're hoping that we've got a number of options to choose from, and that we'll ask the public to get involved in terms of those options as well. And at what point is the public comfortable with limiting the fee to a certain amount, or how high can the fee go in order to maintain that campground? So yeah, good question. And Aaron will be talking in a few minutes about the recreation not red tape legislation, which is that starting to include the fee areas into that fee retention.
Yeah, that would be great, because we really would like to understand more carefully the overlap between the recreation, not red tape, and FLIRA.
Yeah.
I was able to get the National Association of Counties Public Land Subcommittee to support a resolution reauthorizing FLIRA with the change that some of the revenues from the ski area, some of permitting activities could be kept on the ground.
Yep.
I think that three things. One is, I don't know if your report will do this, but it would be nice to see the breakdown between operations and capital. Is it just deferred maintenance here, and if that nut was cracked, the operations is okay, or is it operations as well? What are the evaluation criteria? Because of that.
Great point, and it will include both operations and maintenance.
Okay, and the second is, I think that there needs to be some evaluation on closures, what impact they will have on other sites. Will you start to lose your availability Will guests not be able to get in? You know, what will that do to other sites? Will they be under so much more pressure now without additional resources for new demand? So those things are important. And I thought George was going to ask this question, but why don't I ask it for you instead, just for the general public who's viewing. What has happened to your budget over the past 5 years that you used to have to or 10 years, whatever you think the appropriate time frame is, to maintain these public assets?
So our budget has dropped about, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I believe it's about 45% over the last 10-year period.
Mm-hmm. Since
Yeah.
about 2008 or 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, with that, our number of visitors has continued to increase. Last count is a little over 13 million people visit the White River National Forest each year. That is equal to the number of visitors who go to Yellowstone, Yosemite, and the Grand Canyon combined on one national forest. So, yeah, that's the reality.
That's made a difference, huh? Losing 45% of your budget over 10 years. That is something we also do try to work with our legislative team to say, hey, we need this fully funded. This is important to our community. Other board member questions on that? Do you have a timeline of when you think it might be released, realizing it's still a work in progress?
Yeah, I think our recreation staff officers are bringing it to our forest leadership team next month to start looking at the reality of our list of sites. And so I would expect later this summer that we'd be coming out with more information for the public.
Well, we'll again look forward to the meeting then. Patty and then Steve?
Yeah, you know, and I think as part of that process, it would be, I think, interesting to look at public-private partnerships, like we did at the top of Independence Pass with the restroom facilities up there.
Mm-hmm.
It was an amazing project. So I would like us to look at that as part of the closure ideas, because maybe there's something we can do, because a couple of those campgrounds I think are critical. So
Yeah,
I think that should be part of the discussion.
thank you,
We
Patty.
get pretty creative around here.
Yeah, we have been. We've been very lucky that
Yeah.
way. So I appreciate your saying that. Thanks.
Steve?
I think a big consideration in looking at closure of any facilities would be the impact on local residents and the impact on the visitors. People move here because they like the outdoor amenities, they use facilities. Visitors come here for the same reason, but that could have a big impact on our tourism base if too many different facilities are getting closed. And so I think that should be part of the mix of what you're looking at when you're contemplating the closures or putting advertising out about the potential closure.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. And to reiterate, we're not going to make any decisions without full input from you folks and from the public. And I'm hopeful that some other ideas will come up based on that public outreach that we do. One of my concerns about Deco Lake is that it may not be a high-use area in terms of our tourists and our visitors, but it is it's a nice little popular local area that, we have a demographic of local folks that go there and enjoy it, and I hate to think about it not being there and available for them.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I'd agree. And, while we certainly haven't had any in-depth discussions about this, I have mentioned to the board that in these years when we seem to be getting our full payment of PILT, it's always questionable back and forth, is there a way that we may be able to assist with some of the campgrounds if we're doing paving and you're planning on paving? Could we co-contract together and get better rates for both of us, or can we perhaps do the stub up to difficult or something like that where it's falling apart? I don't know. Again, there's no commitments, but I think Michael has used the point that we received the PILT and it's we've in some ways monetized the asset in terms of the visitation and tourist dollars we receive, and perhaps we could find a way to reinvest at some level. Now we're also counting on those funds to help pay for our new building in the back.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I can't go too
Yeah.
far, but I'd love to see if we find a way, and as Patty said, private partnerships or triple Ps, and the the challenges. I'm sure you're seeing this across all your areas, and so there's a slippery slope that people are pointing out about how much do you start taking over the responsibilities that unfortunately are not funded at the federal level. It's not your folks' fault. I think you do a stellar job with the resources you have available.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
And Patty, or Rachel, if I could, you mentioned difficult campground, and I'll just say that, one shining light is that we were able to get some funding from the Washington office through a separate grant process to repave difficult campground road this year. And so, yeah.
We've been talking about that for years.
I was so excited to see that. So you'll be seeing some improvements at that difficult this year.
Oh, great. Okay, very nice. Well, again, if you'd like to mix it up within the
Okay.
topics, you go ahead and
Actually,
lead on.
Erin, you want to talk about recreation, not red tape?
Yeah, just to segue in, you had asked about the recreation, not red tape legislation. This was introduced to Congress in middle of March by Senator Wyden and Representative Earl Blumenauer, both of Oregon. Kind of came out of discussions that they'd had across country about the state of recreation and really wanting to improve services to the public and provide better access, recognizing that recreation really is an economic driver of many communities and an important part of people's livelihood. So the piece of that legislation that I think you're most interested in and that we're interested in following here on the White River is the part where they talk about retaining the fees that we collect from our ski resorts that are under permit to the White River National Forest. We have 11 ski areas on this forest, 5 on this district, the 4 Aspen Mountains and along with Sunlight. In 2014, we collected from these ski areas $15.74 million in fees, and 100% of those fees went to the United States Treasury. So we did not retain any of that here on the forest. Obviously, retaining these fees would make a big impact to our budget. They would need to be used to enhance those ski areas. So it would go back into our ability to really work in partner with those ski areas to enhance those areas, to fund specific positions, such as our 3 vacant mountain sports ranger positions across the forest, who are critical to working with the ski areas to develop those summer construction plans and monitoring those plans as they go forward, and also monitoring in general the compliance with those permits, the terms of those permits. We also have some mountain sports lead positions that are currently not vacant, so we do have those filled. Of course, if we were able to retain the ski area fees, that would free up some of the recreation budget to go into things like maintaining our other recreation developed facilities, campgrounds, trailheads, and trails. So it would relieve some of the pressure on our broader recreation program. So we're following it. It's been introduced. We're not sure where it will go, but obviously we're interested in seeing what happens with that and would have a big impact here. Don't know if there are any specific questions. The legislation does say up to 80% of those fees would be retained. However, it would have to be commensurate with the need of the forest, so it could be as little as 45%, whatever is deemed reasonable.
Okay. Pat?
What can we do to help? I think we've been talking about it for a while here as a board, and Pitkin County does like to step up to the plate to help the Forest Service. And we have such a great relationship. I think that's envied, at least around Colorado. We know people are always
Well, it's
going, "How do you
envied
do-"
across the agency, I'll tell you that.
Well, and we're very proud of it too, and so we are more than willing to see what we can do to help. We do know how to talk to our federal representatives from here, and we do know how to talk to those in DC. So,
Well, I know what Rachel did to help us out last year was huge in terms of writing the resolution, and just continue to talk with your Congress folks and your senators, and you know that we are officially taking a neutral stance on this, as we have to, but you know, you guys know what to do.
Well, and by the time it goes through the sausage factory in DC, who knows what we're really going to see. But I actually, well, let me, on your point, please, for a second. The resolutions for the summer July NACO conference, which is their annual conference, I do sometime in mid-May. I'd have to look it up again. I think it's either the 16th or 17th or something. And I would be happy to work on a resolution in support of the recreation, not red tape. And then we will also be supporting the resolutions have to be re-upped every year. And so for the FLIRA as well.
Okay.
And so any background or links that you can shoot to us, to me, would be great to put that resolution together.
All right.
But that's just one step.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I can talk to Rachel and maybe get copies of those resolutions as they move forward and see if I can get someone to present them with the National Association of Regional Councils, NARC, which is out of DC, because I used to sit on the NARC board when I was on the Board of Commissioners in the past years. So I might be able to get it introduced on both sides, so that's a little bit more pressure in DC.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions on that topic? But again, thank you for the details. That's always important, making your case to the rest of the western counties out there. Let's see, what else, please,
Okay.
Karen?
Miller Creek Road status. So we have invested significant time over the winter, our lands staff at the supervisor's office in Glenwood has been doing a great deal of research and pulling together of supporting data that we feel is a very strong case if we needed to go to court on the Miller Creek Road to prove that it's been a public road for decades. And so we're feeling confident with that. We met with our OGC attorneys as recent as last week on this in Denver, and they looked over the information we've gathered, and they feel good about the information we've got and are supportive of us moving forward. What we would like to do, rather than going to court, is we'd like to get a situation where we can get the landowners up there to agree on some reciprocal agreements that identify that as a public road going through about a handful of private lands up there, including the Bear property. And so we're hoping to move forward with the private landowners up there this summer and have those discussions. Before we do that, we're going to be paying a private contractor to actually go up there and survey the road and the private land spots, so that we're absolutely 100% sure of where the road is going and through which private land it's crossing. So that's the process we're in right now. We are definitely not ignoring it. We've been paying a lot of attention to it over the summer, and we hope to have those surveys done by the end of June, and then that will help us determine specifically how we want to move forward with those reciprocal agreements and who we need to approach in terms of private land owners.
That's a
Questions?
good update. Just a comment and then other board questions. When I was in DC with NACO in February, we had presentations from Neil Cornsey, and also Forest Chief Tidwell was there. And so I caught him in the hallway afterwards to say that we'd been really having problems with this area. And it was, our last update from you, and so I might not have had the current information of the work you've been doing, but I had said in the previous, we had been told that the resources just weren't there to do a lot of lengthy legal research. He, I think particularly took note when we talked about guns had been fired, and this is in the wake of the Oregon refuge takeover and that sort of movement. So he said just to tell you, let you know that they have resources available to help. And I can give you my business card if you need to remind him that
you.
that it came from,
That's
you
awesome.
met Commissioner Richards in February, and she had said that you said to come let us know and help. He took out his pen, he wrote it down, but I don't know
Thank
where
you,
it went
Rachel.
from there. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We pretty much pulled this individual off of every other thing he was working on, which is good and frustrating and maddening at the same time, because there are a lot of other really important issues that he needs to focus on as well. But we realize that this is a safety issue.
Yeah.
And we will continue to move forward with it. I hope to have even a little bit more information by the time we meet with the Frying Pan Caucus on June 13th. And yeah, we'll continue to keep you updated. George?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that you have to, we all have to allocate so many resources basically on one individual. What is the status of the signs? Are the signs still intact up there? And
I was wondering the same thing, George. I haven't been up there. Does anyone know? Yeah, we installed a couple signs last fall.
so signs have been installed, just informing the public that it's a public road up to a certain point, and then how is that actually worded, John? Do you recall?
Oh, to the effect, incorrect, but it's something to the effect that that there is a dispute over ownership of the road, and that disclosure is basically a notice to the public that the road is also asserted to be a public road by, I believe, both the Forest Service and Pitkin County, but I can't recall how that's on there. And I'm not sure if the signs are still up either. They definitely went in and everything was hunky-dory for a while, and I don't know if they're still there or if they've been, collecting a few rounds.
Yeah,
right.
So on top of that, there still is a restraining order against Mr. Bear.
Yeah, that case is still pending next door.
So it has a restraining order in terms of they've taken firearms away from him. So just in terms of public safety, as we're coming into the summer months, are we anticipating any issues or problems, or hard to say?
Yeah, it's hard to say. We'll send our new law enforcement officer up that way to check on the signs and see if they're still around, and it'll be good to know if they are or not. And you're right, that's what the signs say. They basically say that the status of the road is in dispute 2 miles up. So we put the signs relatively low down on the road and gave folks an opportunity to turn around from there. And yeah, we're hoping to keep those signs up until we get this resolved. So we may need to purchase some more.
Thank you. Any other questions on this topic? Steve?
I was wondering about the safety of the surveyor going through surveying the road. And
Yeah, great.
I suppose surveyors run into this on lots of properties where they are legally entitled to go onto a private property to locate a corner or something. So is there any provisions that you're making for their safety?
Yeah, thank you for asking. We've made it very clear to the surveyor that they need to coordinate very closely with us, and we'll coordinate closely with Pitkin County Sheriff's Department, and we'll escort the surveyor up there and make sure that he's got the security he needs to do his work. The survey, I was told, is going to take a couple of weeks. I didn't realize it would take that long, but it's some serious groundwork, and so yeah, we're going to need to coordinate between our law enforcement officer and working with the deputies as well to get some help up there.
Yeah. Finding those old markers.
Yeah.
It takes some time
Yeah.
sometimes. So, good point, Steve. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead on.
Well, you're offering me some nice segues.
Yes,
Speaking of law enforcement, so we are extremely pleased to be able to partner with the county to hire on a seasonal forest protection officer. Her name is Kelly Wood. She's a long-term returning seasonal, has been working with this district for many years, many seasons, and she will be focused in the Pitkin County portion area, part of the forest that lies in Pitkin County. She'll have 2 focus areas. Will be the Wildwood area, where there's been some issues with parking around the put-in for use of that section of the river, floating that section of the river, as well as the hunter-smuggler area, recreation uses up there. Kelly is a forest protection officer. She's not a law enforcement officer. She will not be carrying a firearm. She does have authority to write citations and enforce our CFR Code of Federal Regulations. So I just wanted to make that distinction. So she will also have a strong role in public contact, just providing outreach to the public that are using those areas, educating about the forest, educating about our regulations, and really just being a presence there. So it's something that we identified in our discussions with the county, particularly with open space, starting around the wildwood issue that we have, but expanded out to the need to really provide a designated presence in the upper end of this valley here, unlike our other FPOs, which are providing coverage to across the district.
Rachel, can I?
Yeah, Patty?
I had a member of the public ask me specifically where hunter smuggler, this officer, would be doing her work. And I was really not able to tell them specifically.
Yeah, well, and it's national forest, so a lot of hunter smuggler is Pitkin County open space.
Right,
So
that was the.
she will not be enforcing county law or state law. She'll be, enforcing just those Code of Federal Regulations on national forests. So I can't tell you specifically either. We are planning, she's not back on yet. She's a long-term seasonal employee. When she does come back on, we're going to be having a meeting with Pitkin County Open Space Rangers as well as sheriff's deputies to just make sure that we're all on the same page. This it's not a panacea. We all know that. She's not going to fix the whole world, but she's a great individual that's really solid in this type of work, and that if she can coordinate closely with folks like John Armstrong and your deputies, I think you're going to see some improvement in some of those areas where we've had some issues on national forest and haven't been able to provide that support in the past.
Is the upper parking lot at Hunter Creek, is that all in Pitkin County, or is a section of that, any of that parking area up there forest?
You mean
Well,
by the water tower?
No, I'm talking by McCluskey's. There's a handicapped, I believe.
Yeah,
and-
I believe that's completely managed by Pitkin County.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then the lower one and the bottom one are also in Pitkin County. So none of the parking areas, I don't think.
To my knowledge, right.
Yeah.
And then there's a BLM
Yeah,
parking
that's the one
area.
by the water towers,
Yeah.
Yeah,
which is
I
on their
forgot that was
potential
BLM.
disposal list, and we're
Right.
talking to them about that
Right.
The
separately.
little in-holding in there.
yeah.
Well, I think it's wonderful we're able to get this off the ground this year. I mean, that's moving fast on your part, and we understand that. And it's also not the full solution, as you've said. I think I see Gary Tenenbaum behind you, and, he's talked to us at length, but they're really going to be reaching out to the people who rent the equipment, or anyone who's a, quote, supplier or a concierge, and really emphasize the refuge aspect of the area. And that's our concern. We'd like to see as much public enjoyment as possible without destroying the resource and impinging on the existing operations at Wildwood and, affecting the refuge. So
Right.
we're really glad to have this partnership going forward.
And I give complete credit to Gary. It was his idea to do this. So, we went back and forth with some other ideas that didn't seem to pan out very well, and he said, why don't we fund a forest protection officer? And thank you very much. The support is very much appreciated, and I think it's going to be just another great partnership.
Yes, well, you have to start somewhere, and,
Yep.
and we'll see how this gets off the ground and plays out. And,
Yeah.
there may be other longer-term solutions as well, but this is really feels good to have it up and running for this summer.
Yeah.
Any other comments on that?
It's a great example of that private-public partnership.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it worked out really well with the
Actually, that one's
city.
public.
Public,
Yeah.
There's a private
entity.
donation.
There was a
Yeah,
private
that's true, too.
donation.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's true. True. Thank you for that.
Don't want to forget that, right, Gary?
That's a PPP, the triple P.
Thank you, private anonymous donor.
Yeah. Okay, and so then we would move on to the status of conundrum 4 Pass Loop Wilderness Permitting EIS.
Right.
I don't know much about that one. You must have put that one on the agenda.
No, actually, I didn't. You guys
Oh,
had that
okay.
on the
Here we
agenda.
go.
I'm happy to talk about it. I'm always
Okay.
happy.
That's the
This is
potential
our-
of a permitting.
Yes,
I
this
guess.
is our
I
high-use
remember.
wilderness issue in the Maroon Snowmass Wilderness. And it's actually not an EIS. We are looking at doing an EA, which is the next level down from an EIS. But we are going through the NEPA process, and we will be starting public comments period soon for the scoping aspect of this. through a very generous grant from the SKICO Environmental Foundation last fall, we were able to keep our lead wilderness ranger on over the winter. And he spent the bulk of the winter developing a capacity analysis for the entire Maroon Belt Snowmass Wilderness. And through this analysis, we've come up with basically a baseline capacity limit for the entire wilderness, not just Conundrum Hot Springs and not just the Four-Pass Loop, because we've learned through reaching out to many other forests and many other wilderness areas that are already under permit systems that the best thing to do was not to focus on just one or two areas, but to think broad in terms of long-term management of your wilderness area. So what we're pulling together is an adaptive management plan that will allow us to make management changes throughout the entire wilderness based on certain thresholds that we might reach in these different drainages. And I don't have a map for you today, but we'll have that as part of the proposed action coming out in the next month. We've taken the wilderness and we've kind of broken it up into drainages, into what we call zones. And those zones each will have a different capacity limit. And once those capacity limits get reached, we're looking at different opportunities for changing management, whether it be identifying more specific designated dispersed campsites. If we're having problems with human waste, we're going to require WAG bags so that people carry out their human waste. If we have specific area resource issues in one spot, then we'll move campsites out of those areas. And we're hoping with this adaptive management strategy that the NEPA that we go through now will hold us good for another 20 years in this wilderness area. You know, we didn't want to come up with a quick fix, and we didn't want to do some, you know, we tried to think longer term so that, you know, if we start having issues beyond Conundrum Hot Springs or the Four-Pass Loop, say 5 years from now, we've got that ability to make those changes without going through additional NEPA. So that's what this process is about. We continue to do public outreach. We met with Gunnison County Commissioners recently to get their buy-off, and they're very supportive. We will reach out once we get into the NEPA process. I think we're going to be doing more outreach to some folks, say, in the No Fee Coalition along the west or the Front Range, and some of those groups that might be less likely to support, say, a fee-based permitting system. So we're continuing to do that. And you know, the important thing to understand is we're not planning to come in heavy-handed. I know George is a little disappointed with us when we talked to him last that we maybe weren't limiting enough. And I think this plan will allow us to limit use as needed as we move forward in the future. But the capacity analysis has been very helpful in identifying those baseline sites and those baseline areas where we know that we can allow, say, for Conundrum Hot Springs, for instance, we can allow 20 groups of people at one time around the Conundrum Hot Springs. Beyond that, we don't have the capacity for more overnight use. That will dramatically limit overnight use on some heavy holiday weekends up there, because in the past we had upwards of 75 groups at a time camping around Conundrum Hot Springs. That's 75 groups, you know, times that by 2 or 3 or 5 people. And so it will make a big difference up there. I think it'll be a very positive difference for those people who go through the permitting process and plan ahead to reserve a permit. They're going to have what might actually be a wilderness experience in the wilderness around Conundrum Hot Springs. So that's, you know, that gives you an idea of what we're looking at. Questions based on that?
Michael.
So I hope you include the Aspen school system in the discussion about it. They have an outdoor education program, and it's been in existence for 40 years. And they use the wilderness area. So they would be stakeholders in that process.
Thank you. Yes. I don't know that we've reached out to them yet, Mike, so I
Well,
appreciate that.
it's contributed to the education
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
8th graders for 40 years, and the one experience that they can actually recall and cherish from school is that experience of outdoor education that they had. That they typically do solos
Okay.
on those trips, and it's something that kids never forget.
Wow. And it's the 8th grade program.
Yes,
Right.
but the entire school has a program. so-
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And again, I'm just going to add to that, it really is an amazing experience. One of the neat things that the kids do, just so you guys are aware of it, is on their solo night, they write a letter to their parents, and the school keeps those letters, and when they graduate from high school, they present them to their parents from what they wrote in the 8th grade. And if they move on, they try and track them and send them on to their parents. Their parents also write them letters when it's a pretty neat thing for high school graduation, but it is one of the key things these kids remember for the rest of their lives.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we don't need to get it now, but I'd like afterwards get a contact from you if I could. We'll make sure to reach out to
I
you.
don't know who.
I don't know who the current contact is. I'm
Yeah.
Just got kids in the school.
Yeah.
Yeah, kids, we can help you out.
That'd be helpful. Thanks,
Yeah.
John.
I've already gotten my letters from my kids years ago, so.
And to be clear, they always put together a whole series of offerings for the kids to pick, so it's not like they're trying to get the entire 8th grade in one
No,
location.
well, no, I mean, the entire 8th grade goes.
Yes,
But they go to different parts of the
Yeah.
forest.
and different activities.
Wow, that sounds great. Yeah, we will definitely tie in with them. And yeah, education is another aspect of this that's so important because, we're not just going to solve problems by limiting use. We need to educate our visitors as well. So I'm hoping that through the recreation.gov reservation system that we can get an educational video online that, before you buy your permit, you got to watch this video, and then you got to answer maybe 5 or 10 questions before you get your permit. I know I've had to go through such a process for a lot of bike rides I've registered for in the past in terms of learning, rules of the road. So I'm thinking, why can't we do that for our
good idea.
wilderness permits as well?
And I may have missed it, but are you planning on having this started this summer or finishing
No.
implementing for next summer?
Thanks. Timeline, at best, our timeline would be to start implementing for Conundrum Hot Springs next summer. That's at very best.
Right.
And we're not going to jump into both areas at once. The 4-pass loop is going to be a little bit more complicated because it's got 4 or 5 different trailheads you can access the loop from. And so we want to get Conundrum Hot Springs, which is, I would say, it's fair to say, our biggest problem, underway and get that implemented, and then we'll jump into the 4-pass loop after that. But nothing before the summer of 2017.
Very good. I can see that really being important. And I think of myself, my boyfriend, he knows where we want to go 6 months from now, and he's on that website at midnight getting the campsite down. And so you're right, for folks who are planning ahead, it will create a great experience. It'll be a little harder on those who just want to try to fit something in this weekend since they just found out about it.
Yeah, and we'll have to have options for those folks. And we have a lot of options. We have 5 different wilderness areas on this ranger district, so we've got other options for them. Yeah.
Very good.
Are
Steve?
there any other places besides the 4-pass loop and Conundrum that you would be contemplating doing a reservation system in the Flat Tops or somewhere else?
Well, that's a good question, Steve. We're only doing this analysis right now for the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness, so it's not going beyond that right now. That's certainly something that we can look at in the future for other wilderness areas. But within Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness, I'm glad you brought it up. One of the things that Andrew, our lead wilderness ranger, determined over the winter, he said, you know what? Based on this capacity analysis, we're going to need to be looking at the Capitol Peak area as well. Or is it Capitol Lake?
Capital Lake.
Thank you, Capitol Lake. Yeah. So, again, none of that's going to happen immediately, but I could see us looking at making some management changes in the Capitol Lake area as well.
but again, when you're doing the scoping on these sort of items on the previous items list, we could probably at least get it on our website and,
Okay.
you know, maybe help get the word out about the meetings, things like that. We don't have the best facilities for meetings to hold them in yet, but we'll see when the library's open. There might be a place to book as well, you know, coming up, things like that, City Hall basement. Other additional topics that you would like to bring to our attention, or?
Yeah, you bet. I thought I'd bring up the Hunter Creek prescribed burn. We actually just came from Hunter Creek. We were up there with Jim Jinung, our burn boss, and you know, we had a very bad spring, if you guys didn't notice, and so we're looking at we still have a chance of doing a prescribed burn up Hunter Creek over the next 10 to 15 days, and he's going to be up there almost daily over the next couple of weeks, just looking at the conditions, at the fuel type, at the weather conditions. We've got a remote weather station up there right now, so he can get really good, accurate weather information from right in the center of the burn unit. And yeah, we might be burning as early as next week. So, but again, it's a day-to-day thing. We're waiting for the right window of time to burn, and yeah, we're still hopeful for that. If it doesn't happen, then we'll look at next spring again. The weather right now is in control. Absolutely. The nice thing is we've got all our agreements in order with both the county, the city, with private landowners. You know, we're set to go. We've got our administrative work done, and we're just waiting for the right opportunity. And we're not going to push it. We're not going to try to make a window out of one that doesn't exist.
That's the way to play it.
Yep.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Other?
Excuse me. Did you want to give a little update on upper
Frying Pan?
Frying Pan?
Sure.
Yeah.
You may or may not be familiar with this. This is a fairly large vegetation management project that is in planning right now. It's in the Upper Frying Pan area. Would incorporate about 2,500 acres, I believe, of treatment up there, ranging from clear cut with leaf trees and some of the aspen stands, as well as lodgepole and Engelmann spruce. So the purpose of that project is threefold, the main thing being improving forest resiliency there. We have not a lot of diversity. We have even age stands within those three tree types, and the purpose would be to really providing more of a matrix of ages and species. So improving forest resiliency for the health of the watershed with ancillary benefits to reducing fuels and improving wildlife habitat, as well as providing wood products to our local wood products industries, the biomass plants and some of the mills in Montrose and other locations. So we're looking at sort of a threefold benefit from that project. Right now, this summer will be our field season, so our specialists will be going out, completing their cultural surveys, doing their wildlife surveys, looking at the aquatics, so completing all of their data collection that they'll need to complete their data analysis for the NEPA process. We would anticipate going out for public scoping sometime in the early fall, late summer, at the very earliest, but probably sometime in the fall. Implementation could be as early as next summer, or maybe the following fall of, I guess that would be 2017 at the summer, fall at the earliest. So that's where we're at with that. We'll definitely keep you posted as we go out with scoping, as we complete our field season.
Yeah, and so I'd imagine you'll really be presenting that at the Frying Pan Caucus meeting coming up.
We have been.
And you have been. Also, I'm sitting here, I don't remember the bill name, but you guys may already be aware, but there was a bill that went through the legislative session in Denver this year to take the $1 million that they kind of do for watershed and watershed health through the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and now 200,000 of that $1 million, no new money, is going to be targeted towards watershed restoration that produces wood products. So they wanted to make sure it all wasn't going to watersheds without supporting industry. And so we were told that they would be using it in conjunction with the Forest Service. So there may be some additional funds available to assist with that project going forward.
Right, thanks for that. And we're also exploring other partnerships, for example, with the Bureau of Reclamation, which has some of their water infrastructure up there. So we're definitely looking broadly right now to work with those various partners.
Yeah, and just something maybe to keep under the hat, it's come up out of the Rudai Water and Power Authority and the releases from Rudai's discussion, and that was that as more and more of the contracts are being called potentially at the same time, the water levels are rising so high in the late summer and fall that it's become very hard for fishermen to get in the river. That's also been complicated by more and more private land ownership and shutting off the access. So I don't know if there's any places where the Forest Service touches the river and might make better fishing opportunities or things like that in the future, but we are going to be trying to work on how do we create access to the resource that we have there. So just something to look at and keep in mind. George?
Two other quick things. One is Raptors is looking at increasing their fees going up to the room bells to cover their costs.
Why didn't I bring that up? Yeah.
And so one of their, at least one of the comments from Raptor is, well, typically if you increase fees, you see ridership drop. And I just wonder if you have any concerns about that for having fewer people over the bells.
It's not a concern. Actually, and I think it'd be interesting to see. My take on that is that most of our visitors going to the Maroon Bells are tourists. We've got locals that are taking their visiting friends up, and we have locals that are going up as well. But the vast majority of our visitors that are going to Maroon Bells are tourists, and I'm not convinced that a higher fee is going to affect the ridership. I think they're going to get there. They're going to get to the White River National Forest. They've got this on their bucket list, and they're going to do what it takes to get to the Maroon Bells. So I don't see an increase in fee having a big effect on our use levels up there, and it doesn't concern me.
So you don't see perhaps a surge of private vehicles, either just prior to the opening or when your center closes?
We might see a little bit of that, George, but the reality is we've got one welcome station up there with one person staffing it, and if somebody wants to wait in line for an hour to get through that welcome station, they're welcome to, but it might be that long. We're not going to add more welcome stations and more people to get folks through faster, and it takes a certain amount of time to pay your fee to get through that welcome station. I don't know. I guess I don't see it happening. I don't see people having the patience for that.
So do people, visitors, will they normally stop at Highlands to get some basic information ahead of time and then at that point decide if they're going to drive up or if they can't drive up or take the bus? Is that something that you can offer as information that, if you drive up, this is what you may encounter, so you're better off taking the bus?
Yeah, and that's what we used our Forest Conservancy volunteers for a lot last summer, is we staged at least one of them at Highlands there right outside the bus stop. So they were answering a lot of those questions and giving folks, I felt like what was a realistic expectation for, the bus. And when the buses are running, you don't have the option of driving up unless you have a handicap sticker. I think that, or unless you're,
You have a campsite.
big van or a campsite, correct. So, it's not really an option, but we did have our Forest Conservancy volunteers up there, giving that information out, handing out brochures, and just, I thought, setting some pretty realistic expectations for folks. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just curious on that.
But to add to that, is the ski company, did I hear, and
Yep.
they're charging for parking there too?
They are.
So that's gonna be
Yeah.
a double whammy for people. We
Yeah.
increased the fee, and the ski company is $5 a day,
Yeah,
for some reason.
that's what I've heard, is $5 a day is the plan.
Well, and you can take the bus from town to Highlands.
Yeah,
so-
but then
Correct.
people have to pay for parking in town, so you either pay one way or you pay another, or you ride the Intercept bus into town and then back out. I mean, there's options, but a lot of the tourists don't understand those options.
Right, right.
The other comment I would make or question is, when we're talking about more of our partnerships, open space, as you know, is continuing to, or as last year or so, has purchased private properties that now provide access to public lands. And so I'm not sure how that fits in with with your travel management plan and just in terms of trail maintenance and things like that.
That's a really great point, and I think we need to get together and start having some conversations about that, because you guys have purchased some pretty quality property just adjacent to National Forest recently that, if we can partner on improving access to National Forest through those private properties, we're happy to do that. So, I don't
And then
have,
just kind of a question in terms of trail maintenance. A lot of these, a few of these properties that I've been able to hike through, they're really overrun with thistles
Yeah.
and deadfall and things like that, because the public hasn't been able to have access because
Right.
it's been privately closed. So
yeah, so part of improving that access is not only buying the open space, but it's now maintaining some trails that probably in the past we didn't have to maintain. So we need to take a look at that. And maybe they're not even open on our travel plan, so if we need to make some adjustments that way, yeah, we need to look at it.
Okay, I see Gary has a brief comment, John Peacock has a comment, and we're getting close to the end of our time, so Gary, really quickly.
Well, the quick thing was just on the travel, a lot of these places like Deer Creek, it's not in the travel management plan. Aspen Valley Ranch is not a travel management plan, so they're not officially recognized trails. So that's what we're working with the Forest Service now on is, you can have access to the forest by foot and horse, but, is it actually recognized trail that you would start to maintain? That's the conversation that we're going to have with
Right.
the Forest Service.
Right.
And so we are, on the other two properties, we're on BLM, and they have a similar thing to the Forest Service, but it is different. So, yeah, it's a very interesting, but it's a very, right now, Aspen Valley Ranch is going to open up to the public. And so, it's going to be a big change. So people are going to start going into the forest in areas that aren't necessarily in travel management. So that conversation needs to start ramping up.
Thank you. John?
Now, just be real brief, I want to recognize one more partnership. It's been a high priority of the counties to look at opportunities to extend broadband and cell service, and we know in these tight times for you guys, you've been dedicating resources to help us figure that out, where linkages might be on forest property. So, thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
hope to continue that.
Yeah, we enjoy working with you guys.
And can I add to that?
Yeah,
Isn't
Patty.
one of our efforts too gonna help increase the cell service to the Maroon Bells and Highlands, which
The
I know
Lodge
has been an
Peak.
issue for Forest Service employees up there, so that one, and then the other one, I think, is up the Crystal Valley,
And
so.
McClure, yeah. So
Yeah,
we've
McClure.
got a number of, I think, hopefully mutually beneficial
Yeah.
Yeah.
opportunities. up
Your
there.
Kara is working very hard on that.
She's not behind the pole today.
I'm planning on going to Yellowstone for a brief trip at the end of May, because I'll be up there in business in Jackson. And I just got a mailing from a company to buy an app for a Gypsy Yellowstone tour that will play on my phone through GPS wherever I go and tell me all the sites. And so I just am thinking that, if we really had that sort of broadband coverage in our area, what an amenity it could be to your guests. Both, explaining the refuge needs or the sanitation needs of some of these areas, permitting system, pointing out highlights. And so I think broadband will be an amenity as well as a safety feature for the guests as we continue to be able to deploy that. And, the last thing I'd say I would put out there, I'm working with my staff who are excellent people, Ellen and Kara, to pull together a resolution opposing the transfer of public lands to the states to present at the CCI conference for all counties to consider that. We have already passed an individual resolution, also probably another 6 or 7 other counties has, and it just seems to be getting to be the point in time to bring that. And we may or may not have success there. And we still have counties that tried to form their own state, and we have a 65% threshold to adopt any new policy. But the group has kind of been silent on that for a while, and some are advocating and some aren't. And it becomes more important to us as a county when we're thinking about putting our money into the National Association of Counties and participating there, and our Public Land Steering Committee additional dues, if they're really fighting against the best interests of our residents as we see them. And that is the retention of the public lands and continued enhancement of the budgets or restoration of the budgets so that you can appropriately care for the assets. So just wanted to let you know we're going to try and keep that brand in the fire and see if we can move that forward a little further.
Thank you very much.
Any additional questions or comments you'd like to offer to us?
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming. We
Always.
appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you for
And
having us.
we'll look forward to the next one. We
Yeah.
always get
All right.
new exciting news from you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yay.
Thanks.
Okay, grassroots, we're going to take our lunch break and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
talk more about that as we get into the presentation today. And so at the end of that meeting, the board directed staff to look at more of a regional solution. And so we reached out to our counterparts in other jurisdictions, along with all of the wastewater treatment facilities in the Roaring Fork Valley, and toured the Garfield County landfill, where they are processing, actually just evaporating septic waste now. And one of the best receptions we had was with the City of Rifle. And Jim Miller, the utilities director, is here from the City of Rifle today. So hopefully we can engage him with that discussion. But I thought it was really a great possibility to collaborate with Rifle and possibly have a facility developed there. And just cutting to the chase of our recommendation from a staff standpoint is we would like to continue to have that dialogue with Rifle and see if there's a way to, I guess, scope out what the possibilities are there with the City of Rifle, and we'll talk more about that through this presentation. But you know, the problem that we run into still at the landfill is the lack of water, which was kind of the impetus to bring septic there in the first place. So with that, Kathy's going to run through a presentation just to give a little bit more detail and context to this discussion, and then we'd like to see where the board would like to take next steps.
Okay. So as Brian explained, you know, we looked at the options for treating septic waste within the county. Currently, right now, there is no place to take septic for treatment. The local wastewater treatment plants, because of the nature of septic waste, can't accept it. The chemical, biological nature of the waste is high in what's called biological oxygen demand, and these existing wastewater treatment facilities can't balance that septic waste with the general wastewater flow. So currently, right now, waste is being hauled out of the county to most likely South Canyon landfill when they're accepting it, and then on to probably West Garfield County landfill. Both of these sites have what are known as evaporation ponds. They're just simple open ponds where the water is evaporated off and the sludge is collected and either composted or landfilled. So according to records, 28% of homes in the county, Pitkin County, have septic systems. That's about 4,000 homes. Due to the increased travel times and the lack of capacity to treat that septic waste, trucks are having to go far distances. And that's a carbon impact as well. And pricing has also gone up for homeowners to empty these septic tanks and have them treated. It's estimates it's almost doubled in the last few years. On average, it's about $700 to pump and haul off a septic tank. So we're kind of concluding that a lot of these systems within the county aren't being treated regularly. And that can have a significant environmental impact. So as Brian mentioned, back in last July, you sent us out to look at more regional possibilities and to talk more regionally with potential partners. So here's a list of how we went through this process. June 2015, we completed the feasibility study, and that was funded part of the way through a WaterSmart grant. That WaterSmart grant concluded at the end of March this year. We did not use all the funds the grant provided because we did not move into a pilot scale study. Got cut off. Sorry. So what the feasibility study included were the following tasks. We reviewed the pro forma. We've been working on this septic waste issue far before I got here, and I've been here 3 years now. So there were a few pretty easy pro forma studies that had been done. So what we did was hire the consultants in October 2014, and they took a look at these pro forma studies. They looked at the types of processes that could treat this septic waste and the treatment alternatives, and they evaluated that. And they also did a cost-benefit analysis of this complete feasibility study. Including the board packet as well up on this table, which might be hard to read, there's two different types of technology. It's the MBBR and the MBR. I'm not going to get a lot into the details of what these technologies do, but the costs are ranging from about $11,500 to $14 million. It's a lot of money. And Kathy, on your chart, what is SWR and then SW plus R? SW is surface water discharge. So if you had if we had a treatment system on site, regulations, treatment technologies are a bit different, but it would allow you to discharge directly to a body of water, say the Roaring Fork River. The R is reuse. That would allow us to reuse the water on site, again, like Brian mentioned, for dust control. Our compost operation is pretty water intensive during the summer months. And then there's a combination of both. Okay. And the prices vary, significantly between the different technologies and whether you're going to reuse it or discharge it or a combo of both. Financially, it works. We could probably have a payback in about 7 to 9 years. There's significant revenue to be had at 37 cents, 42 cents a gallon. And this was all part of the feasibility study. So based on the July meeting we had with you last year, we went out and did some regional outreach, talked to wastewater professionals and partnerships. And we started that in September. We met with the Aspen Sanitation District. They're local here. They're the closest to the landfill. And we just wanted to get their feedback. Is there any interest from them or their board to meet, to treat the waste, to help work with us? And what came out of that meeting, they're sympathetic to our need. They realize it's a needed, septic treatment is needed. However, they just do not have the capacity. They did offer us technical expertise if we so wanted to move forward with a pilot scale study, and the use of their laboratory, because it's sample intensive. You have to sample constantly. After that, we put together a regional roundtable of wastewater professionals, environmental health from the various counties in the region, waste septic haulers, consultants and engineers that deal with building septic systems and designing septic systems. We had 23 people attend, and it was a very good discussion. And what came out of that discussion was, yeah, there's a need for it. We don't know how to solve this. So then we moved on to the next step of getting to the people who actually are running the plants. And that's when we kind of came about with Rifle. We toured the Rifle wastewater treatment facility, and the people that are operating that plant directed us to Rifle. Jim Miller, who's here with us today, was the new utilities director. And so we had a chance to sit down and meet with him, as well as the Rifle city manager, Matt Sturgeon. And we had a good discussion on Rifle's plant capabilities. They're at the point now where the Rifle wastewater plant does accept septic waste. However, they only accept within Garfield County. So they've tightened those standards up. Jim Miller also indicated to us that the acceptance of this septic waste, which is a pretty high strength waste, is damaging the initial front end of their wastewater treatment facilities. So he's in agreement that, yes, we need a separate septic. We need to do something with all this septic waste. And then to kind of wrap up our regional tour, we went out to the West Garfield County landfill in Rifle as well, and they have open septic evaporation ponds where they take wastewater from Porta John's septic plants. And that is what we determined. They have 765,000 gallons a year that they can take in. They're working on getting permitted to take it up to 1.6 million gallons. But they're working on an air permit now, so they're not at that level yet. But that's what we've determined probably most of the septic waste is going. The South Canyon landfill is limited. They're having some permit issues. They're limited on that capacity right now, and they're shutting down from time to time. So we've developed 3 options. The first option is we can further investigate a wastewater treatment plant at the Solid Waste Center. What that will require is $1 million in funding to run this pilot scale study. The manufacturers of these 2 different types of equipment would require that because it is a unique project. Not many people are doing this. So they're like, you are going to need a pilot scale study to see if our equipment can work in this type of environment with this type of waste. So $1 million, 6 to 9 month study. Option 2, continue to work to develop partnerships to identify a regional opportunity for a septic wastewater treatment plant. Our current identified option is probably Rifle. They have an existing wastewater treatment plant
with land available around it to build a pretreatment type of septic facility. Initial discussions with Rifle, they're amenable to the idea. They have a big capital project going on right now where they're building a water treatment plant. So this wouldn't be an immediate need.
It's a domestic water plant.
Yeah, domestic water plant, yeah. And then the third option would be to continue with the existing setup we have. The haulers, the septic haulers, simply just have to take it somewhere else. Staff is recommending option 2 right now. We feel there's a really good relationship we're building with Rifle, and that's, regional solution that is needed. And we'll go from there.
Okay. Let's see, Patty?
Yeah, I have a question.
That's the end of the slide. I'll like that.
Currently, Rifle only accepts waste from Garfield County, correct?
Correct.
So do the haulers, 2 questions actually. Do the wastewater disposal, the haulers from here, that do septic pumping in Pitkin County, where do they go now?
Most likely to South Canyon if it's available, or onto the West Garfield landfill in Rifle.
Okay, which is different from the city of Rifles.
Yes.
Okay, so what would we have to do with Rifle to allow Pitkin County Waste to go there? Change your ordinance, city, I don't know.
Yeah, I think those are the steps we need to take, but what we talked about was helping with the capital cost of that expansion of that plant to accept septic waste, and then creating an intergovernmental agreement where Pitkin County septic waste would be accepted at a certain cost. And so,
And probably the limit level.
absolutely. So we haven't gotten into that, but that's kind of what the discussion is.
Should I
Please
clarify
come
that?
forward.
Yeah, Jim, come. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Hi, I'm Jim Miller. I'm the new utility director in the city of Rifle. Dick Dewson, who some of you may know, retired last September on his
Welcome.
80th birthday.
What birthday?
80th.
Whoa.
To clarify our waste acceptance, the city has always had a prohibition on out-of-county waste at its wastewater plant, although recently we've been accepting septage from out of county because of poor institutional controls, and had seen that waste volume, that septic volume, go up tremendously. $14,000 worth at 12 cents a gallon, which is about 116,000 gallons a month.
Wow.
We're able to take it because we have a 6-year-old plant that's only at about 50% of its capacity. Most wastewater plants won't be able to take it if they're anywhere near their design capacity because of the strength of this fraction of the wastewater. And it's a simple flow proportioning, simple math calculation that you can figure out how much waste you can take before you exceed your organic capacity, and then you're forced to do a design project. So Rifle's plant was built 6 years ago thinking that it would have a septage receiving facility, but it never got built. Plant came in too expensive, that portion of the plant was cut, septage was still received, and recently we've seen damage in our headworks building with corrosion of our MCCs. If we want to continue to keep receiving septage, we need to do something. Recently we raised rates and tightened our institutional controls, and we require haulers to be licensed so that we have some control over what they're doing. At the moment, only, I'm not sure of this because I didn't check my mail before I left, but May 1st, we required new licenses, and I know one of the 3 wasn't going to renew because of the pricing, and it's possible that we may not have any of the 3 renewing. So the cost is viewed as a way to manage the risk for us because of the strength of the wastewater. So we've just raised a bond that these license holders are required to have. We required them to identify the origin of their waste, and our council just reaffirmed that we would take
in-county waste only unless there is a contract. So we have the ability to contract with someone, such as the county, such as the Rifle Correctional Facility, would be another example that periodically hauls, to do that outside of our licensed hauling program.
Great, thank you.
Can we ask, do you know the price of the septage portion of the facility that was put on hold?
I do not.
Okay, that's something we need to know
Yeah.
at some point.
No, I do not, but I can tell you from the documents that have been shared with me from your work, that, you know, if you're taking your waste to a domestic permitted wastewater plant that's not treating to reuse standards, you don't have the same degree of treatment that you need. So you're trying to treat it so that you could reuse it and basically touch it, whereas if you if you were to take it to a permitted wastewater facility, you would only have to treat it to the influence standard of what's going in, and not to the reuse standard. So there's an economic benefit to not having to go to that standard of reuse.
Right.
So the water coming out of a little bit simpler system then would go into your regular sewage treatment system.
That's what I'm envisioning.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have water that you would have to,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be trying to sell it as to contractors or.
You don't have to meet Reg 84 of the Water Quality Control Commission for reuse standards.
So then it would go into ultimately back into the Colorado River, whatever comes out of your system.
You would have to meet all the standards that the wastewater plant would have
For
to meet.
discharge.
Okay.
Good question. George?
So, what's the goal? The goal is to maintain reasonable rates for Pitkin County residents who are on septics. And so I guess I'm a little confused that if we're going to be investing in a plant, how are we going to be assured that the haulers are not going to continue to raise their rates regardless? I mean, I don't, what's the benefit? I'm a little confused here.
Yeah, and so, you know, that would be a regulatory control that we're not addressing here. All we're doing is providing options for people and ensuring that there's septic disposal options moving forward into the future, because right now we don't have that reassurance. So to answer your question specifically, George, we're not guaranteeing what the rate will be, but by allowing the septic to be disposed efficiently, hopefully capitalism will occur and there'll be pricing appropriately based on that cost for disposal, if that makes sense. There is competition for septic pumping in the valley.
Right, and so haulers are going to haul regardless. It's just a question of how far they have to go and what fees they're going to end up paying. So unless we're able to come up with a structure that is going to keep those fees low for the haulers that they then can pass on to the customer, we're not gaining anything.
Yeah, so George, that would be anticipated to be part of the contract agreement. So if we partnered with Rifle on the infrastructure investment, I think the contract then would have to spell kind of a quid pro quo on guaranteeing some level of rates for a certain period of time is one way to do it. Or there's lots of different ways that we could do it together, but I think that would be part of our next step in due diligence. We kind of wanted to do a check-in with the board first to, you know, see if you wanted us to spend time on that level of due diligence. But I think there are different ways that you could structure an agreement between the two entities that would accomplish what you're talking about.
Wouldn't you also have to include the haulers in those discussions?
Well, so that's a totally, that's a much bigger discussion. I think we would have been faced with the same discussion if we were doing it at our landfill or if we're partnering with Rifle as to whether we want to be involved in, and I'm not sure, frankly, what our authority is there to regulate on the rates and collection processes. So that would be a whole, I think, separate issue that I think what we can do is guarantee the base cost of disposing of that waste, as well as identifying a place for it to go. The question of whether we can get into, from a regulatory perspective, then how much is being charged. I think, as Brian said, it's been our position right now that if the costs are lower going in, if we have competition in the market, it'll drive down to whatever, margin above that cost.
And our
supports the
contract
company.
would go to the life of the facility?
Well, I think it would have to, if I'm sitting in Rifle seat, if that's the way the deal were structured, it'd have to be amortized out to some, reasonable kind of expected lifetime of the equipment, and then we'd have to agree to some reinvestment to re-up it. And I think that's all math we haven't done at this point, but certainly if Rifle were amenable, I think we could have that conversation.
Yeah, just one second. The piece of information I think we should have in the future, what we're kind of missing right now, is what is someone's average bill from the sanitation district for 36 or 60 months worth of service? Because I kind of feel like I'm comparing costs in a vacuum. If someone was hooked up to the sand district, they have a monthly bill, it adds up to something. And, so we kind of get this, wait a second, our hauling charges are getting too high to pump every 3 or 5 years. But I'm not sure what that is compared to a regular household who pays a monthly sanitation district bill.
So I can tell you, because I pay it, it's quarterly, and it's about $60 a quarter for my place, but I only have 1 bathroom, no dishwasher, no garbage disposal. So it's rated on what your water discharge uses would be.
And I have a different bill at Hunter Creek as a condo, but I'm kind of wondering single-family homes and, again, but we need that comparison so that we have an idea. We're not trying and spending potentially serious capital money to reduce some people's bills and far below, or to make them on a parity level, something like that would
That's
make
a really good point.
a lot of sense to me. So I'd like to see what that is. Michael, you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I think one of the goals was to reduce cost to the person who had septic, and that would encourage, in theory, and maybe regulation, we'll need regulation, but encourage changing that, pumping out that septic tank. The Rifle alternative is very attractive in terms of, having a really good solution to, a really certified solution to, but it's, of course, it brings into, cost might not be as low as you want.
Right.
So,
But let me continue. But I like the regional solution because I also think we're going to have to look at a regional solution for the landfill itself.
That's simple.
In 15 years, right? That's the life. That's what we're told. Next week it could be 25 years, that figures essentially stayed the same for the last 12 years that I've been here. So I don't quite know, but we are going to need a regional solution to landfill. Pitkin County can't. Where are we going to get another landfill? I don't think it's going to happen. So I like the idea of a partnership and developing partnerships with Rifle and with Garfield County. I think that's a really good approach. The cost is a problem, but the staff can explore it.
Mr. Miller?
So a couple comments on cost. To compare someone on a septic tank's annual fee or annual cost versus being connected to the sewer system, you also have to factor in the capital to get the sewer extended out to that facility.
Yeah, if you were to.
Yeah, so it's not just a monthly fee, there's also a
The
capital.
original tap fee.
Yep.
Yeah.
And not only the tap fee, but the cost of the sewer main extension
Yeah.
too. And then, to your point, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
I don't know it either. So that's all right.
It's
That's George.
George?
Yeah.
You call him John, but.
I think the septic haulers have pretty much indicated to us that they're gonna go wherever the cost is lowest. Because they have contracts with the people that they're servicing, and it's hard for them to adjust on a dime. So they're gonna always try to find the lowest cost disposal method. And when you think about it, you know, a landfill like West Garfield County has extremely low costs compared to a mechanical wastewater plant, even though historically they've been charging a higher rate than what the city has been charging. So we just raised our rates, and we'll determine here very quickly whether that situation in fact pans out, whether, you know, the septage will now go to the least cost facility. So if you have landfill owners getting together and saying they want a regional septage facility at a wastewater plant, then you have a greater assurance of actually meeting your pro forma, because you've taken away the low cost option.
Yeah,
The greatest risk that
Better
you,
option.
the greater risk that you have is whether you can actually meet your pro forma.
So,
George,
okay,
please.
so would South Canyon eventually, I mean, do they have a lifespan? Would they close down and then be able to then utilize a new plant in Rifle? I mean, when you talk about regionalism, where does the other plant in Rifle come into the picture in South Canyon, and in terms of other options for haulers?
Hey, the way that I kind of see this unfolding is that it would be capacity for those who participate. So for example, if the city of Glenwood, which owns South Canyon, didn't participate, then they wouldn't have a share of that facility. However, if Garfield County did participate, then they would be covered. Garfield County is actually, I think, the key to this.
you know, I can see an awful lot of details needing to be worked out. From, you know, whether there's some amount of capital recapture of the initial cost for both Rifle and others in the fee, whether how the sufficient capital reserves so that parts can be replaced or maintained. You know, there'd just be an awful lot of hard work to be done to make something like this happen, but it does hold a great deal of promise.
So, but you're saying, you're saying that Garfield County is the key, so I guess we have to, you know, you just said they're really the key to make this go.
Yes.
So we need to know whether they're interested or not, before spending a lot of time and resources on staff's time.
I'm willing to approach them.
Yeah.
Right? It'd be better if we approach them.
I think so too.
All right, so let's say that a considerable amount of the waste that's going to Rifle gets diverted to the West Garfield County landfill because we've raised our pricing. So you can fill up 765,000 gallons pretty quick when you divert 114,000 gallons a month from the city of Rifle. All right, so that's a capital cost that they now incur to expand their facilities that they're probably not recognizing.
And then they would have to raise their rates to cover the new capital
Absolutely.
that they just expended.
That's the city of Glenwood. South
No.
West
Canyon.
Canyon.
That,
Oh, West Canyon.
West Garfield.
Garfield.
Oh, okay.
South Canyon and West Garfield.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm looking at this from a broader perspective. I generate waste that I can't dispose of. Right? I'm dependent upon a landfill, right, for biosolids disposal and also for grease. All right? So I'm kind of taking the road that we should talk, because we need to continue having viable pathways for our waste streams. Now, I can't speak for our council. Our city manager is aware of this topic. He participated in our first meeting. It's intriguing to me, and if I can see something working, I think they have some confidence in me that they'll listen to me. You know, we're in the middle of a $35 million capital program right now on the water side, and that started out 10 to 12 million higher than anticipated, and it's now within reach. So it's, we have a short history of making things work. And I think there is a desire to service our community. We have 3 septic haulers that are located in our area that service the oil and gas industry. And I think there isn't a desire to cut off that service, but the plant needs to be managed from a risk standpoint too.
You know, the thing that I can see is this balance between an awful lot of new staff work and then also something that's too amoeba-like to really present. You know, and so I agree with what you're saying, and you know, on a number of issues we work well with the Garfield County Commissioners and have a lot of common cause, I'd say, particularly through our Health and Human Services and shared responsibilities there. So there's some good working relationships, but I think it'd be important to really come forward more with a, you know, potential outline of the plan. You know, what partners may have to do this or may not, or it may be 3 different paths. You know, it could take 1, 2, or 3. But, you know, I know for me, it's important to kind of see how various pieces would work together. And what you say step 2 is going to actually imply a new thing for Steve, and step 3 would imply something new for another place. So just so they feel like they understand where starting here would get you here, and without, again, doing massive amount of staff work and the big pro formas. And, you know, what I'm saying is kind of a midpoint between asking them if they're interested, but having enough information so there is something interesting there and enough that you can really grasp. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
If I can interpret where your staff is at, they're on a path, they realize it's too expensive and not necessarily something that would have a high probability of actually occurring. So they're looking for other avenues.
Yeah. I think it's exactly as you described it, but there's a lot of issues with the pilot project. It might not satisfy the need. It might have larger odor issues, which we feel are very important to contain because of other residential structures nearby. And even just, again, trying to figure out what to do with all the extra water and waste is going to be an issue. So we worked regionally in a number of ways, and this became very apparent that it's a common interest that, you know, all residents on septic tanks in the valley and beyond have some interest in.
Yeah. It is interesting to note that Rifle doesn't have septic tanks, so we're servicing everybody else right now.
Yeah. City of Aspen doesn't either, but it does. It's in the county. I saw Steve first and then Patty.
Have a list of things. First question is, I guess to Kathy, is there any Mid-Valley and the Roaring Fork Valley sewage treatment plant that would have the capability of adding, or the interest of adding a septic tank waste thing, that then the wastewater from that could go into their facility and then back to the river?
We had some discussions, not as formally as we did with Aspen Sanitation District, more offline discussions. A few of them were part of the regional meeting we had. Simply the cost and the space to do it was a concern.
The space, I think, would be a big issue. They either do or don't have the space, so.
So that was their 2 biggest issues, mostly the cost, really, you know, because to add a pretreatment facility is several $1 million. And they're so small, they just don't have the capital or the wherewithal to move forward with that.
Okay, well, it looks like, I mean, it seems like the solution we're talking about is, it solves the problem for the lower part of Garfield County. It maybe doesn't solve any problem for septic tank owner from Pitkin County who continues to not, you know, I pour more enzymes down in my septic tank rather than have my septic tank pumped out. If the cost stays just as high as the mileage is just the same, septic tank haulers are probably going to charge just the same to haul it to the Rifle. City facility or to one of the landfills down there. So it's not gonna really help me. It might be a good solution for what to do with the septic tank waste. But if people aren't using it, then it doesn't solve the issue we were looking at to try to help Pitkin County residents. So some of the things I think we need to look at to figure out the cost would be, how many septic tanks are there in the whole Roaring Fork Valley, counting all of the Garfield County ones, all of the Western Eagle County ones, and all the Pitkin County ones? And how many septic tanks do you have from Glenwood Springs down in Garfield County? So it'd be sort of a cost per septic tank, depending on which region someone is from. And we don't really have, maybe you have an idea of those figures, but we don't have them here. And I think that would be a useful comparison. If we look at the current system of just evaporating the water in the landfills, on philosophical grounds, I would be opposed to that because it's a waste of water that we can be putting back into the ground or into the river or using it for industrial uses or our uses at the landfill. And so to me, that, even though it might cost less, it's similar to what the natural gas industry is doing down in Anvil Points, is they're evaporating their produced water. As much of it as they can, they evaporate it rather than treat it to put it somewhere else. So it's really a waste of water that could be being used for better purpose, just to evaporate it. And then if you look at your spreadsheet on the total costs, if you look at estimated annual revenue, if you looked at this just from Pitkin County point of view, which I presume this is
Doing our facility.
estimated annual revenue would probably go to zero unless we have some sort of a sharing the revenue from Rifle, but we're losing the benefit of all of the water that could be sold for industrial uses, or that you have a cost, you have to import water to the landfill to do the thing. So we have a cost of lost opportunity because we don't have the water available anymore. That has to be added into the total cost of the thing. And then the capital costs, if we did the regional thing, I get it that it's going to be cheaper to build something in Rifle or associated with a sewage treatment facility because we don't have to treat it to the same level of purity. So it'll be a cheaper capital cost, but the capital cost will be something still in the millions of dollars total. And if we split the cost, so we need a new spreadsheet that would show, if we do the thing with Rifle, what does it look like? If we did a mid-valley, Roaring Fork Valley thing somewhere near Salt or Carbondale, what would the cost be of that for construction? If we did it at our own landfill, it would look something like what you have here. But, we're comparing different things and we don't have all the numbers that we need right now.
I want to make sure that we're not sending our staff out to try to price a potential facility with Salt or Carbondale. They've already talked to the existing operators in their areas and they don't have land, and unless we're out shopping for land and want to permit and do something from scratch, it doesn't sound like there's partners there. But your fundamental point that this is just one set of costs associated with our facility only, and there are probably other items that either need to be added or subtracted from the bottom line there. If we were moving forward with a partnership, we would clearly have a totally new pro forma that had almost nothing to do with these numbers. Similar, but not. Yeah, it's a different type of facility, even they're not looking to go to the reuse and surface water reuse the same way as much as they are putting it into their facility, so.
Yeah.
But-
And I'd have one more question for Kathy. Did you talk to Eagle County, what they're doing in the Eagle River Valley?
They have a wastewater treatment plant set up similar to Aspen. They weren't really willing to talk with us.
Do they take sludge over there, or?
You know, we really found that it's really hard to get information on who accepts what and where the stuff is going. So Eagle County's like, yeah, we do take it sometimes. We really just try and keep it to Eagle County. We don't really want to, we're dealing with our own.
Yeah. Jim and then Michael.
Yeah,
Don't forget me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Patty. Over there.
the biggest problem for a wastewater plant and taking septage is there's a limit to what you can take.
Yeah, the concentration.
All right, and that limit isn't something that's hard and fast. It's something that's more of an instinct, because a septic load one day may be half the strength of one the next day that's twice as strong, and one day you may get 5 loads, the next day you may get 10 loads. So it's that variability in the load and the number that make it hard to manage. Most wastewater plants won't design capacity into their plant from the beginning or seek approval from the state to do so because of that difficulty. So you really have to be on the ground floor of something in order to assure capacity and to have a capacity that would provide a solution for decades.
Yeah, definitely. I understand that, and I think the greater point might be that we should check with Eagle County to see if they have any interest in being involved with us in assisting in solving some of their frying pan resident and mid-valley resident sewer issues, as opposed to whether we want to invest in a plant over in the Eagle Valley or anything like that. Patty was first, and then we'll come back to Michael. Sorry about that, I lost track of the order.
In response to what Steve said, we were looking at the cost because we wanted to really encourage people to pump their septic systems on a regular basis. We were looking at that, but now it looks like getting more information. We're simply looking at a place for it to go. I mean, if South Canyon is iffy on a day-to-day basis and we don't know what their permitting is going to happen in the future, I think just by having a place, I think we really do need to continue our discussions with Rifle and with Garfield County. I think that's a great opportunity. So that's option 2. I think there's a blend between option 2 and option 3, because in the interim, we still need to continue to work with local septic wastewater haulers and just see, in waste disposal systems, just to make sure that we aren't going too sky high in the cost and that people are actually pumping their systems, because that has been an issue for the county regardless of price. It's been an issue for the county just to get people to do it for many years, and I think that's key. So I'm kind of an option 2 blending in option 3, because we need to do that in the interim.
Thank you for that, Patty. Michael?
What's it like downwind of an evaporation facility?
You know, I felt it in my hands before I actually smelled it. It was rancid. It was incredibly odoriferous. Yeah, you didn't want to stand there very long.
And what controls do they have over an evaporation facility in terms of disease transmission, wildlife, birds? It seems like a fairly primitive approach.
I think it's a fairly primitive approach.
And so my guess would be that approach is going to be phased out just in terms of health concerns and proximity to people. And although Garfield County is blessed with a lot of land, there's probably not enough land to continue that practice.
Especially
I mean, that's what I would look at. So the other thing I would look at is that this is essentially a water quality issue. And so I think a presentation of some sort needs to be taken to Healthy Rivers and Streams to see what they say about the issue and whether they're interested in participating, because it's so fundamental to the quality of our water and the quality of our life here that I think they need to be in the loop at least.
it is worth noting that we have an ordinance where if real estate is changing hands and on sale, there needs to be an inspection of the wastewater treatment system and make sure that it's fully functioning and treated properly. You know, it makes you wonder whether there's, you know, regulations that can go beyond that, or especially with newly permitted properties. Nothing can go retroactive, obviously, but perhaps when you have homes committing, you know, that there is a commitment in the contract to say we will haul more regularly. But again, that's new projects, and it's very hard to impose on.
Well, health and safety trumps all that. So, I mean, you base it on health and safety, you can do it.
Additional board comments or questions? I guess we should all weigh in as Patty did with their choice of the three options. George, you have more of a question?
Well, actually, I'll weigh in, but a question for GR since he's here, something that Steve mentioned, and I thought you want to address the effectiveness of putting enzymes down into a septic. Is that really effective, or is that just sort of a marketing?
I think it depends on who you talk to about that. Kurt Dahl, our environmental health department, and I had a good conversation about this topic probably a few months ago, right after we had this topic at the board last time. And his advice, I believe, was typically not to put anything down your drain other than the waste. And it, as long as you're not putting a lot of food down there, it tends to self-regulate.
I'm just curious. I think option 2 is worthy to continue, but again, I am hesitant in terms of having our staff do a lot of work until we even see whether Garfield County is willing to get on board. I mean, that's really the first step. So some of the things that have been brought up in terms of what, Jim, you need to start putting together more of a succinct pro forma presentation to Garfield County Commissioners, see if they're interested. If they are interested, then I think we can come back and try to work out some of these details. If they're not interested, then we have to continue to think about other options.
Yeah, I agree with that. Steve?
If the rifle option is picked, would we still need to do option 1, do the pilot scale study to see for the rifle plant? It might still be $1 million study or whatever the figure you tossed out, which would be split between different entities, but we might still need to do that study.
Jim?
I am a professional engineer, sanitary engineer by training. You would not need to pilot septage. The part that they're trying to pilot for you is all the other waste streams and their impact together. So I believe your study was looking at leachate and I don't know if you excluded propylene glycol yet or not, but those are difficult things to treat. They can suck the oxygen out of your waste and kill your bugs, and then you're left trying to treat with nothing that's alive.
Not good.
You mentioned propylene glycol. Would you be able to take propylene glycol there?
See, normal domestic sewage has a BOD, biochemical oxygen demand, of about 300, maybe 200 to 400, depending on what else is going on in your system. A 1-to-1 mixture of propylene glycol, antifreeze in your car, has a BOD of 180,000 to 1. All right? So it is much more than any plant is ever designed to be able to take. So you wouldn't take it. Matter of fact, the only entity that I know that can take it is Denver Metro, who treats, I want to say, 150 million gallons a day at one place, and they have the capacity to bleed it in a little bit at a time. There's no wastewater, no mechanical wastewater plant, no lagoon facility that'll be able to take propylene glycol.
Yeah.
Leachate has risk for domestic wastewater plants because of the unknown constituents in it, and the fact that wastewater plants get a new permit every 5 years with a list of constituents that they may not have had 5 years ago.
That's right.
So most won't take it just from a pure management standpoint. We don't know what it is. We're not going to commit to taking it. So the appropriate place to take those is either an evaporative lagoon in a landfill or some other specific treatment process dedicated to each one of those processes.
Okay. Steve?
So both of those, bring it back to our landfill or to our county, that would be additional cost perhaps to the airport. What are they gonna do? They're gonna still have to haul their propylene glycol to Denver at some cost that we wouldn't be able to treat it here. And the leachate from the landfill, we still have to deal with that in some fashion. So that would be perhaps an additional cost if we didn't do our own facility.
And right now, we don't collect leachate. We don't have, the landfill, when it was built in the mid-1960s, never installed leachate collection. So we don't have to deal with it right now. The expansion we're talking about, the 10-year expansion, there's likely, the state will require us to have some sort of leachate collection out of that new cell. So it's something we're gonna have to look at.
That's a good point, Steve. Thank you. Other board members, final comments or questions at this time?
No.
I am in agreement with continuing to pursue item number 2. Similar to Patty, agree that we're going to have to kind of continue gathering information on the status quo situation, and it might be helpful for us to have some idea of what the current rates are too, you know, and start looking at this market approach, because I think in general people are looking for the reliability of having a place to dump. And if we all as communities are going hundreds and hundreds of miles, that's going to be far greater costs in the long run, and bring more regional partners in, as you've done. And again, Jim, thank you. And it sounds like we might have been the right time for opportunity, knocking on your door and seeing if we can find a partnership here.
Thanks for coming up. We
You know,
appreciate it.
and the one last thing, I guess for me, is I really want to vet a little more carefully. It's this balancing act, the Rube Goldberg of if we do this, haulers do that, and if those centers do this, haulers do this. Yeah, I want to get a sense of that balance, because as you're saying, if there's a total capacity number at, I hope I don't get the terms wrong, West Canyon, West Garfield, and then they kick over to somewhere else, you know, what is the potential downside on a pro forma if West Garfield continued to get that amount? Is that a fatal flaw? Do they have to agree not to take any there in order for this sort of facility to work? I mean, let's play with the variables a little bit, is what I'm saying, so that we understand kind of a stress test on it, so that, you know, well, if these 3 haulers decided to go to Utah, you know, we would be dead in the water. But if this happened, it's still a viable operation, just to kind of stress test some of the variables and the moving parts, I think would be helpful. And again, appreciate your time coming up, and hope you have a beautiful drive back home in the spring, kind of watching all the leaves come out. We don't quite have that yet. Anything else, Board? Nope.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
Do you wanna-
Can we do a site visit at the rifle?
Could we?
Yeah, let's do an open discussion with Brian.
5 minutes and Brian's here.
Okay.
Yeah. We just wanted to just let the board know that we've been looking at some options to, you know, different physical barriers that I think on Independence Pass for the oversized trucks. And we're particularly focused on this with the closure of the Grand Avenue Bridge forthcoming. We think we have the potential to see a lot more traffic trying to come over the pass. And so, Brian, do you mind just giving just a kind of a quick overview of what conversations you've had at this point?
I can do that. Yeah, we met with Karen Teague with the Independence Pass Foundation, and Zane, and I always struggle with his last name, from CDOT, who's the traffic manager for Region 3, to discuss what options we would have to restrict anything over 35 feet going over Independence Pass. And really landed on 2 different areas. One was a physical barrier, a chicane design, which would allow cars to continue on up the road and divert larger trucks, and just inform them if they go any further, they're in violation of the law and what would happen if they keep going. And so we're in the process of designing that physical barrier now. On the CDOT side, they're looking at technology, a LiDAR technology, to determine the larger vehicles as they come up the pass, and then inform them through a variable message sign or some other device, even to the extent of taking pictures of the driver and the plate early on so that they can be informed that they're going to get a ticket if they keep going up the pass. So the county's looking at the physical aspect of limiting that passage, and the state's doing the technology side. CDOT was excited about the technology idea just because it hasn't been deployed in other settings such as that. So.
George?
And then would Lake County be receptive in terms of doing that design on their side?
We have not talked to Lake County yet. We're just trying to work on this side and we're trying to compare what the cost benefit would be of either solution. Once we decided that, then we would approach Lake County and see what we can do on that side.
It is on our radar screen, though. We had that exact conversation that we need to find a way to catch on both sides in order for it to be effective. But we wanted to vet, was there even an alternative that CDOT would entertain and try and develop that out a little bit further. But just wanted to let you know that we have started those conversations in case it comes back to it's something as we develop a proposal, we'll come back to the board with it.
Patty?
Do we need to take into consideration what they're doing down in the Denver area with the red light ticketing issue? Because it could be perceived as that same kind of privacy invasion or big brothering, or I don't even know what all the issues are down there, but it's becoming a huge issue.
Yeah, I think once we refine that option, we'll
And that'll
know.
probably come up at some point during the discussion.
That's correct. The good news is CDOT's amenable to looking at slowing traffic down, because regardless of what we put there, it's going to slow traffic down to some degree prior to going up the pass. So they're okay with that.
Michael?
Has CDOT investigated making the pass passable for semis?
Not that I am aware of.
Do they have an estimate, do you think?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you think you could ask them for an estimate?
I can ask that. I don't think that they're really, I don't know that they have looked at that, nor are they interested in doing that.
No, and I'm not particularly interested. I'm not at all interested in it. But I think that when you talk about the pass, you have to say, this is the way it is.
Mhm.
This is what we're protecting. And this is why we're installing these barriers, this electronic equipment.
Yes.
There's no change.
Got it. I understand.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just to update the board, I stayed in touch with Greg Fulton from the Motor Carriers Association and noticed that they have created a Facebook page and they're sending out photos to all their members periodically. And so through John Peacock in the sheriff's office, we got him the pictures of the cars smashed against the wall and falling off, the trucks falling off the road. And they're going to be posting those for the opening of Memorial Day weekend, and some kind of fun gifts, to remind drivers that they cannot use this road system. I really hadn't thought about the additional impact with the Glenwood Springs Bridge, and that is really going to be something. And we need to talk with our sheriff's officers about potential additional patrolling there and what it would take from our side on that. And then also any other measures that we can get in place, because that could be just disastrous. And Lake County in the past has been very supportive of the pass getting open, being open, and staying open, because it's really important to their tourism and their summer visitation. And so I'm sure that they would notice the effect if when the pass is closed for 3 hours to remove a truck and people decide they'll go back a different route. And so that's, I think it's a real economic driver for them, and they should be involved and on board.
Can I ask Brian a segue question? Speaking of the Glenwood Springs Bridge, do you know if they have any plans to resurface that bypass road? It's horrible.
I asked that before they even started the project, and they said, yeah, we'll take care of it, don't worry.
I noticed they have markings on it. Somebody was out there striping, with their little, finding utilities thing, because that road is horrible.
They will have to resurface it.
And the other morning I was driving it, going out to the mall, or the Target thing, or to Lowe's, and the traffic was already so backed up along that 45 mile, the
25 mile an hour.
No, it's Parameter Road. When you get by the shopping center, it's 45. It was backed up. The whole thing was solid traffic coming westbound. I'm going eastbound, excuse me.
I did have one other aspect that we're
Yeah.
following up on with Independence Pass, and you brought
Please.
is we are contacting global positioning service providers to amend their data.
Yeah.
Because right now, it shows that pass is open. Even on our meeting up there a month or so ago, we had people coming up thinking they could get over because it showed as a route on their GPS. So if we can get that data changed and informing over the big trucks and during the seasonal closure, that would be good as well.
When are they planning to open the pass?
Well, that's a good question.
Okay, yeah, I think we're maybe thinking the same thing, because it looks like you're trying to get out of here now that we've done
Thanks,
open
Brad.
discussion. Maybe you can come back. George had asked you could come in and talk about what you know, what we've only been able to track down about the Fix Our Road trans-bonding and its effect on our community. So we're set for open discussion about 3:25. Is that something
Okay.
you'll be able to come back for?
Sure,
And
absolutely.
John will send you a text if
You're
you get
trying
way
to
ahead of things or something like that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again.
Likes driving that electric.
I know, we were trying to keep her from having to come back.
Let's see, we're now set for the open space reauthorization discussion. Do you have any slides or anything like that, Dale? No, okay. We'll just go pretty much straight into that.
Hi, Dale.
Hello, everybody, and I'm joined here with three of our board members. I saw Hallie right up. And so that's great. Well, as you recall, back in January, we all had a chat about potentially going back to the voters for the extension of the open space fund this year, and at that discussion, it was pretty much the
You got them all
same
here.
gang that were here. Look at this.
No,
They're multiplying back here. Pretty much the same group we have here now, which is wonderful. You guys gave us kind of a tentative green light to explore this potential reauthorization and to devote some time to it. And based on that input from the commissioners, we held a retreat on April 7th and spent a whole day talking about this. In the meantime, you had also authorized us to retain the assistance of the Trust for Public Land, which was nice, and they also attended our retreat. At the retreat, we boiled this down to four basic ingredients, which are the tax rate, the tax duration, the allocation of the tax, and the potential additions to the scope of the open space program. And we reached conclusions on all four of those things. We didn't reach a conclusion on whether we think the polling is needed, and we want direction from you today so we can then consider what we want to do with that. But let's come back to that after we go through the details of this. In terms of the tax rate, the history of the open space program is that the original authorization back in 1990 was for 2.5 mils, and a couple of years after that was enacted, the Bruce Amendment was enacted, which kind of knocked the wind out of that mill levy. That was fixed in 1996, and then in 1999, the program had reached, I guess, enough credibility, but also had measured the magnitude of the acquisition needs to reach a conclusion that the mill levy should be increased. And the voters did agree to increase that from 2.5 to 3.75 in 1999. And with that change, our acquisition program really took off, and the chart in your packet depicts that. We really got rolling with Smuggler Mountain and a lot of the open spaces that we now kind of take for granted today. And in 2006, the county manager said, well, geez, I'm thinking about running a question to build a new facility in 2008. Why don't you guys go in 2006? And at that time, one of the biggest unmet needs in our world was the sort of precarious funding of the Nordic program. And we determined that the 3.75 mils was enough to add the Nordic to our system. That was approved by, I think, 73% of the voters to extend the the 3.75 mils out to 2020 with some additions to the scope of the program. We spent a lot of time at our retreat analyzing our anticipated funding needs, both on the acquisition side and on the capital side with trails projects, as well as the operational side. And we reached a conclusion that we don't think we need to ask for a change in the tax rate. Of course, it would be nice, but we're reluctant to go there. The voters seem to have become accustomed to the one that we have, and we think with careful pacing of both the acquisitions and the capital projects, as well as being careful with the growth in our operations, that we can make that 3.75 work. So our first big conclusion at the retreat was to leave that alone and simply seek to extend it at the same rate, bringing us the question of the duration. Oh, I'm sorry, my memo goes to fund allocation. I'll do it in the same order. On fund allocation, of course, over this period of time that we've been acquiring these lands, our operations demands have increased. I was pretty much the one-person show back in 1999, and that is far from the case now. This chart that's in the memo is one that I like to borrow from our friends in Larimer County, but it depicts what's happening, which is as you acquire more land with a set amount of funding, a greater percentage of that funding is going to have to shift into the stewardship of what you've acquired. And in our case, after analyzing what we think the demands are in our operations, the likely growth in that, and also looking at the capital projects that we still have in mind, things looming like this Crystal Trail, probably being an 800-pound gorilla in that room, we concluded that we would like to tweak the ranges in the current charter to provide that the funding on acquisitions could slide from 75%, where it is now, down to as low as 25% over the duration, which I'll come back to in a minute, of the period that we're proposing we seek the extension. And at that same time, the operations side can increase from 15, where it is now, up to 35 over the same period of time, 25 years. And that the trails, the capital part of this, could slide from 10 up to 40. By increasing the amount of discretion that the county would have for allocating the fund, we think we can manage an extended duration and still make the most out of this fund. In the near term, we would be more over at the left-hand side of this graph, with the lion's share of the funding going into acquisitions. But as that asset inventory grows, and as the planning lines up for some of the big capital projects we have in mind, the county would have that flexibility to shift those funds over. Bringing us to the duration, a couple of years ago when we looked at this question, we were starting to think about a permanent authorization, at least on the operations side, and we had a whole retreat that looked at that a couple of years ago. But what we realized is that we don't think we can predict accurately what our permanent stewardship funding need is, because we're running a program today that no one probably would have dreamed of 10 years ago, in terms of the trail system that we have and the quality of the management that we've all gotten used to doing. And so we concluded a couple of years ago that maybe the next authorization could contemplate a permanent operations fund, but at least now it's hard to see where that thing is going to plateau. And so therefore, we concluded then that, that another limited term extension was most advisable. It's always been seen as more desirable on the acquisition side because of the notion that sooner or later we're going to actually succeed in acquiring what needs to be acquired and won't need the acquisition dollars that we once did. So, make a long story short, we concluded that we were recommending an extension of 25 years, and that does give us the benefit of being able to plan things out over a longer time horizon than we've been able to. These 10-year authorizations, I think, were driven originally by the notion that we're going to take this out for a test drive and see if this fund can justify itself and if it's going to be managed well and all of that. So the voters had the reassurance that if it turned into a boondoggle that it wouldn't be extended. But I think we're past the point of having that kind of concern, and statewide and nationwide, TPL is finding the same thing, that as these programs mature, that the taxpayers' willingness to extend these funds out for longer periods of time are increasing as well. So we're recommending 25 years on that.
Can I ask?
Yeah, Michael?
Dale, how many members of the public have asked you about fund allocation?
Over the last 18 years? It's not a subject that the public tends to raise.
So why are we talking about it then?
It's in the current charter,
Right.
and we have a problem in that we're up against the ceiling on the operation side, so we're going to have to change it.
Or couldn't you change it to at the discretion of the board?
Eliminate the allocations entirely?
I mean, this, it seems to me, is fairly complicated, these sliding scales of allocation. And since you haven't been, I mean, this would be my view, since you haven't been, it isn't a subject, and maybe this is a reason for a poll, it isn't a subject of much discussion on the part of the public. And we're at a mature point in the program that the discretion of the board is enough to satisfy the public in terms of these allocations.
You make a good point about that. We asked TPL what they found in their experience with other elections, and they had concluded that while the voters are more tolerant of more discretion, they still like, at least generalizing to other jurisdictions, they like the assurance that this thing doesn't just turn into a big bureaucracy that isn't doing anything. So I suppose to some extent this is a hedge against the stereotype of what government becomes when there's nobody watching it.
Right, well, you satisfy, it seems to me, you satisfy that question with keeping the mill levy the same.
So yeah, it's a fair point, and I don't know that there's a right or a wrong answer to the question. Certainly, we could run the thing with that type of discretion. In the near term, frankly, when we look at our total operations needs and our total capital needs, there's a lot left over for the acquisition program, which is good. So the structure we're proposing here wouldn't be an obstacle, but is it completely necessary? John Peacock's made the same argument in our conversations.
I was wondering why I was looking at you.
Why bother with it?
I didn't plant it, Dale.
That's a good point.
Well, it's one more mark in the side of potentially polling, of seeing, does it matter to people or does it not matter to people?
Exactly. Is it a voter confidence thing anymore or not? I don't know.
Okay, why don't you continue? Thank you.
Okay. Well, and then the last one of these dials of the four, so we talked about some potential expansions of the authorized uses that are in the county's charter for uses of the fund. And we considered more than made the cut, but the two that made the cut are, number one, to be able to take care of historic resources that are in the context of an open space property. Presently, that use is not listed in our authorization, in contrast to Boulder, which I mentioned in the memo, has had that authorization for a couple of decades. And we think that if we've acquired a property that's got a historic structure on it, that we should have the discretion as a county to protect it purely as a historic resource and not try to tie that to some other justification as we did down in Emma. That would be a fairly simple tweak to the charter. And in having that discussion at our retreat, I'm boiling down, an hour discussion into a pretty quick presentation here, but one of the things we looked at was the idea of having some discretionary financial policies that go with some of these things so that you can bring them in but set some limits, voluntary limits that the county's going to adhere. We're not going to let this thing mushroom into something that sort of swallows the rest of the program. So Boulder, by example, has a limit. They've put $120,000 a year. They want to average on their historic resources. Now, they've done some beautiful projects. They restored an old stamp mill from the mining era, and they've restored some farmhouses and things like that. But they're careful not to let that become a major driver of what's happening to their fund as a whole. Similarly, the second add-on that made the list is the idea of authorizing us to invest in bike ped facilities that are contiguous with road facilities. And this really is a response to a question that had come up when the county was adding width to Castle Creek Road, and we were contemplating whether we wanted to throw some funding at that to create a bike lane or a wide shoulder that could work for cyclists. And the county attorney had opined, no, that's outside the bounds of what's authorized in the charter. So here again, we propose to tweak the charter to allow those investments, again, with mindfulness that we don't want this to swallow the fund, and this one probably could grow a lot bigger, a lot faster than the historic structures could. But we think that the Board of Trustees and the County Commissioner should have the discretion to do that on a place like McLean Flats or Castle Creek or Snowmass Creek, where you want to create something safe for cyclists and you just don't have the wherewithal to create a grade separated trail. So that's the whole package, and I invite any of my colleagues. Gary's here and knows our operations numbers in detail, and we've got 4 trustees here, and then maybe we can come back to the question of polling when we're through the contents of the substance of it.
Okay, we have a total of 1 hour left for this, in total, so we have about 40 minutes left. Board, would you like to have comments first yourselves or from the Open Space and Trails Committee who are bringing us this report?
I have comments, but I think if the Open Space and Trails guys have.
Okay, yeah, please, if you would like to make some comments, we have time for that, and appreciate your service.
I'm sure we might all have a comment or two.
Yeah, just come on up a little bit in the light, and the microphones are for the
Thanks,
grassroots
Rachel.
audience.
I'm Tim McFlynn, one of the trustees, and I just want to make a couple of comments. First, the TPL representative made a presentation here, and then the state director and David Weinstein, spent the whole day at the retreat, every minute, which was extremely valuable perspective, because they have not just statewide but national experience over 20 or 30 years. I think on the question that Michael asked about the allocation, why do we need to have that complexity and these sliding scales? I think terminology is very important. And when Dale was talking about operations, overhead, operations grow when you have more and more assets, I think if we think of that as stewardship, maintenance, repair, to distinguish it from overhead of a huge county department, we're really talking about huge amounts of expense 25 years later that we had none of when we started, and had enough flexibility in the 10 to 15% maintenance fund to get all the way to here.
25 years.
So I that's all I would add to what Dale said is, I think people need to know that we're going to take care of everything that has been acquired and still do acquisitions. I think and that was sort of the state director's perspective, was you want people to know you're not just going to do paving of along roads for bicycles. People want to know you're going to do ranch conservation, and wetlands and wildlife, and maybe that's all I can add. They sort of had a sense that it's useful for people to know that you're going to keep taking care of everything and still acquire more. That's the only comment I would add. And on the other comment I would make at this point is, they also were very helpful, not only looking at Larimer County, but looking at all counties, not just here, but in other states. That if you're not going to do a tax increase and the program keeps getting rated as very popular when the county does surveys or when we do each election and the percentages grow of support, and you're only going to extend that, you're not going to ask for more tax, just more years so you don't sunset quickly. And then you have minor tweaks like the two Dale described, and we've considered way more than two. That sort of leads to how much money should we spend polling? And that's in this, but I'll just mention it so I don't have to come back up here, because that's a question before you. And we talked about that. We asked specifically the TPL experts, given our circumstances, history, longevity, popularity, no tax increase, do we really need to do polling? And I think we asked that partly because the time would be short. They don't do polling. They contract with a big, I don't know, national probably, firm to do the polling, and it takes a month or 6 weeks. And that's why I'm mentioning it now. We want to have this ready in terms of a draft to bring to your board in June, and it's already May. So would we have the benefit, because it would take a fair amount of staff time, interactive with them to develop the polling. Then the polling happens and gets analyzed, then it gets back to us. 4 to 6 weeks is what they estimated. And I've talked to some of my colleagues here today. I think on that subject we can be very frugal safely and not spend $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 on a big polling exercise given the limited scope of the reauthorization. Not doubling the tax, not saying permanent, any of those kinds of things. And we'll be in good shape with volunteers as we have in the past, and with all of us involved up until you approve a question and put it on the ballot, at which time, county staff, county funding can't be used, and private citizen time and private funding can advertise, do mailings, do social media, whatever. So that's just a comment about, I think, Rachel, you were one who asked questions suggesting that may be useful or necessary. And so I would urge you to, discuss that some more, and maybe other trustees can comment on it.
Trying to think back to the ones we've pulled on recently, what is it, the cost about $25,000 or so? I was just, I can really only think as much on the Healthy Community Fund. And, the polling told us that people really weren't very interested in a longer-term authorization, because we really were very interested in going to maybe 20 years instead of 8 or 6, which was the previous one. And the tolerance or threshold really just got very low by the time we got even to 10 years. And so that was good information for shaping the question. And then it also really showed out what the public's priorities were in the various aspects in which we send it to rate, child abuse protection highest, or food nutrition, or senior services. And that made a lot of difference, I think, also in how it was explained and discussed with the public, of knowing what people felt were the high points and the most important. It also has a little bit of an educational value of people who are unaware of the various programs. So when the poller is asking, do you take advantage of or use this program or that, many times they're not aware that it already pays for all the cross-country ski amenity, which our guests enjoy. If you're not a cross-country skier, you don't realize that, or how many people use that trail system in the summer, things like that. So it's a little bit of an exchange of information, as well as getting information back. It really also affected the potential rate discussion, of how people favorable if it's going up. And of course, that was going up, and we were deciding how much to go up. So I've just found them to be very helpful in the past, but that's just my impression. George?
Yeah, with a Healthy Community Fund, of course, it was sort of two issues. One was the length of the extension, and the other was the increase in the mill levy. So that made it a little more complicated. But my question is, when is the community survey going out? When will that happen?
Probably not till June, and I will tell you, we're getting a lot of pressure to reduce the size of that survey because of the number of questions that they're already on there. So to do a detailed, yeah.
Okay. Other board or other Open Space and Trails members?
My colleagues, none of them are bashful, so I.
Thanks. Okay, now we have about 32 minutes.
Thank you.
So only new information.
Okay. Well, I have just a couple points. My name is Hawk Greenway. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to serve on the Open Space and Trails Board for these years. It's been really great.
How many?
It's like 18 years. So I know where some bodies are buried. I think it's good to keep in mind that this is a very successful program from the voters' perspective, and in part thanks to Tim and his work on the reauthorizations. Those percentages of voter approvals just keep going up and up and up, which gives one great confidence in the way that the public perceives the program. I think this, what we're proposing here really are essentially minor tweaks to address actual problematic restraints. We do bump into the percentage allocations funds, particularly when it comes to the maintenance numbers. And so that's worth keeping in mind, that those are minor tweaks. The other minor tweaks being the adding historic. We've run into that restriction as well. We do have these assets, and I think the stewardship is a great concept to keep in mind when you're thinking about that. I personally like and approve the allocation sidebars on the fund. I think it adds security to keep the program on track. If you take the thought that the program is on track with those allocation sidebars, why would you want to remove them entirely, but tweaking them to address some restraints? I think it would keep us on track. I think it's important to keep in mind that this is not a last-ditch attempt at getting reauthorized. The program is authorized through 2020, And so if we were to have totally misread this very strange election year in terms of going for 25 years or adding historic structures or something to the program, and we were to completely fail at the polls, the program would not come to an end. We would be able to go back in front of the voters in 2018 or even 2020 as far as that goes. So I think that being frugal and not necessarily in light of the timing involved, jumping into a big polling program, I'm not feeling like that's a huge requirement, particularly given the way the voters have treated this program in the past.
Anybody else?
I'll just make one follow-up comment of Howie Mallory. I was the chair for the last year, and now Hawk has taken over. Thank you for that. With respect to the polling, I think it's always nice to be aware of what your constituents are thinking. It's easy to get smug based on numbers. On the other hand, I think the tweaks that we're proposing, that Dale outlined, particularly on the bike ped facilities and the historic building allocation, along with the redistribution of the funds on the functional allocation basis, is somewhat in response to what we've heard through public outreach, which we do a lot, particularly with our management plans, as to how we spend our money. It's not precise, but it's in fact, I think, what we're intuitively doing by virtue of trying to make these tweaks. We're hearing through these our public outreach management plan events certain needs that are being expressed by the public, and so we try to respond to that by doing this tweaking that will make it more responsive, more inclusive to meet people's needs. So, with that said, I think we can get by without the polling. We'll put some pressure on if we were to decide, on the other hand, to do it. It's going to kind of jam up our calendar between now and the middle of June, when I think we have to come up with wording. And particularly, John, if you said you have another poll going out, so I think this may be a dilution factor as well. Because I think we also may be getting some polls every night between 6 and 8:30.
If you have a landline.
If you have a landline, right. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. And Graham, would you like to?
Well, to get full participation, I guess I will. I think it's significant
Dale,
that,
can you move the microphone a little closer to him now?
I think it's significant, Graham Means, member of the Open Space Trails Board. I think it's significant that with 4 individuals now on the board who are a diverse group and staff, everybody is fully behind, and we haven't had any real controversies here. So I think it's a unanimous support for the direction. And one of the things I remember from a couple of years ago from Larimer County is the fewer tweaks, the better. And if you can keep that not raising taxes line in the ballot, that's very helpful. So in looking at some of these tweaks, definitely don't want to get too far out. The only one I question a little bit maybe is the 25 years. 20 years would be consistent. And you got to remember that this program now sunsets in 2020. So with another 20 years, it would be 2040. With another 25 would be 2045. And that's a long way out. And there are tweaks that we might want to make in 15 years. So, it's not a big issue with me, but it would be one less sort of small change, and it's still quite a bit of time. Anyway, so thank you.
So,
George?
I'm sure you have the same question. So, how did you come up with that discussion in terms of 20 years, 25 years? Where'd you,
What?
how'd you
I had
find
my
that
hand up
sweet
first.
spot?
That's a
You
good
know,
one.
I thought about being on, a panel supporting the election, and somebody asked that question, and I think it would be difficult to answer. The only answer might be if you guys said we need it for planning. But, I think it is a hard question to answer.
We were gonna leave it to the polling. But the true answer is, we thought 20 would be fine, we thought 25 would be fine. Howie and I just were talking, I agree that 20 is probably better. 20 takes you to 2040. I mean, personally.
20 is fairly consistent with the length that, say, the state is considering on its transit bonds going forward now, or that we are thinking, I think, with our certificates of participation. Are we thinking 20 or 30 yet?
Yet to be determined,
Yet to
but
determine.
probably 30, actually.
So I have members of the board. Gary, if you'll hold your comment, and then, let's see, who else? George, were you finished? Okay. Patty, and then Steve.
Thank you. I think keeping it at the 3.75 mils is great. In the further discussion about the years, I do think maybe 2040 has a little ring to it. I kind of like that. The proposed ranges, I see both sides of the discussion, but I think having that, some structure, I think the public will support that. I think will be more comfortable with that. The proposed scope, I definitely support doing something for historic structures since we're finding them more and more, and I think it's critical to Pitkin County to maintain those buildings because it's part of the heritage why we're protecting those lands is the activities that occurred on them. I do want to say that we should be careful. Been hearing more and more from people who feel it's open space and bikes. People have a lot of concern about the use of our trails and really this focus on bike use. So I think we need to be clear in educating the public that this is to coincide with what we're seeing on our roadways in the county, that we do need to have that safe biking activity that connects people maybe from trail to trail or from, a parking lot that's open space and trails, into town. I think we need to really be looking at that. Bike safety is important both on the road and off the road. So I think those issues. As far as the polling, I see Rachel's point, but I think if we take the money we would be using to do a polling and really putting into public outreach, which this organization I'm looking at, you gentlemen sitting in front of me, does really well, as does this board when we're supporting open space and trails. I think that would be a good use of that money rather than doing a polling. Let's just take it to the people, educate them, listen to them, and come back with some really nice language for a ballot question.
And you, I imagine, are implying that would be public outreach before a ballot question is set, at which time you cannot expend government funds.
Well, this would be the public fund, the private funds I think that we're going to be raising, so we could do either with it.
Okay, I just want to be clear. That, we can use money for polling or for outreach to explain our current budgets and programs and things like that before the ballot is set. Okay. So thank you. Those are good comments. Steve, you were next then?
Yeah, I had a question about the length of it. If it were 25 years, would that start this coming January, or would it start in 2020? Because if we're extending it starting in 2020, I think I would be in favor of having a lower number, like 20 years.
In our discussion, Tom Oken was with us at our retreat. He had wanted to be here today, but he's having emergency dental surgery. I hope he's okay with that. But Tom's opinion, from his work on ballot questions, is the clock starts ticking in 2020. So.
So so that would mean that we couldn't do the tweaking of the allocation of the fund until 2020?
No. What Tom told us at the retreat is that becomes effective immediately, but the extension of the tax really starts in 2020. I think it's probably dependent on exactly how you word the question, but when we added Nordic, for example, It was effective immediately, the following year, whereas the extension of the 10 years, that clock started ticking in 2010, even though it was still 4 years out from the time we ran the election.
Good question,
Okay.
Steve.
And the general tenor of everything, I'm in favor of doing the extension now, and I think I would probably more favor a 20-year extension, because people will say, well, we just reauthorized this a few years ago, and now you're wanting to change it already. So you're probably going to want to change it 10 years down the road anyhow. So maybe a little bit closer extension would be more, authorization. So I think 25 years is probably too long. In terms of changing the allocation, that's obvious that needs to be done sooner or later, and you're already bumping up against the maintenance end of it, and so now would be a good time to have that discretion, and it still leaves a lot of discretion for the Open Space and Trails Board and for our board to decide how the money is spent. In terms of the program scope, I would be in favor of that also, adding cultural and historic resources and the walking trails along. I don't know if people would be walking along the side of Highway 133, for instance.
I've seen it.
There probably would be some walking because that's their only means of getting there, but it would make it safer for everybody doing that. One place that we ran into when we were discussing our solar feasibility study was pointed out that we couldn't use any open space land for any of our potential solar things. And I could see that there might be, Open Space and Trails might have a perfect piece of land for doing some kind of a solar installation.
Rooftops.
That's not included and not authorized by this either. Not that I would want Open Space and Trails to go out and buy land for open space and then just for the purpose of covering the whole thing with solar collectors or something. But there might be a situation where a smaller solar thing on an open space land might be appropriate. And that would be the only thing, if I added any one thing to it, I would add that to have that be a possibility. And I don't know if you thought about that as in terms of this ballot question.
Well, the solar farms court, personally, I'm a big supporter of converting our country over to renewables, but I would think big arrays of photovoltaics on open space are going to be controversial for the same reason that greenhouses, permanent greenhouse on foundations, are kind of controversial in that it's no longer open space when you have structures on it that are covering a significant amount of the landscape. So
We did talk about this briefly during our solar discussion, and, as I would see it, it's very clearly prohibited in current powers. I would be very concerned that people would think we are going backwards onto existing parcels, but if there were a solar opportunity, I think it's good for the Open Space Board to look at it and think of it in these terms of could we partner at the point of initial purchase, where we're using some general fund dollars for a certain set aside that would be specific for that purpose and not be commingling. Similar if there was, I'm not saying there is, but perfect place for some housing on the edge of an urban growth boundary, and we could put some units here and the rest could be open space, we could partner projects together.
Yeah.
But I would not want to change the intent in a way that created fear about, does this mean they're going to put solar panels on the Moore property right outside of town, or these sort of issues would be confusing.
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to approach it.
Yeah, so that they can kind of keep your eyes open for it, think about partnerships, because it might be something that makes an acquisition work that otherwise wouldn't have worked. if we can partner in that way.
Like a regional septic facility?
No, not so much open space there,
Rachel,
but Patty,
you
please.
can always though, and this is another opportunity, I think, when you're doing the contract for purchase, like when we do with easements for oil, for natural gas lines or electric lines or that kind of things, you can write that into the contract with specific guidelines, correct?
Well, you take subject to existing exclusions from property. John Peacock and I have been discussing another little tweak, and I actually kind of aired it with the Open Space Board. It's not mentioned in the memo, but as you recall, when we were discussing the possible transfer of the house at the Lazy Glen property over to a government housing program, we ran into another charter limitation when John Healy said, well, you can reserve the ability to sell something, but you can't reserve the ability to transfer it to a different county program, which to me that's sort of a distinction that doesn't seem to have any substantive basis for having a difference in the charter. So there's a charter tweak that we've come up with that would provide that on the front end, if just as we can currently reserve the ability to sell off a house or something like that, we could also reserve the ability to transfer a piece of something over to another county program without having to divest the title. And that I almost look at as a technical cleanup in the charter now.
So that provision.
So that we could partner both at closing, but also if we were contemplating a partnership, acquire more than what we needed, with the idea there's another program that could use a piece, then we can create a transaction that will accomplish that as well.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go back to Gary, who had his hand up a while ago. If you still...
Oh, it was really to answer your question, it was, Patty brought it up, was the time and duration, is that basically, you know, if you do 20 years, it's to 2040 or to 2045.
Okay.
Because I think that wasn't clear until Patty brought that up, so I was just clarifying that.
Okay, thank you for that. Steve, were you finished?
Yeah, I'm
Do you have
finished.
Comments? Okay, well, let's try to weigh in on these major items. I think the first one is polling, the second is the 2 tweaks, and the third is the duration. I think there's general agreement, I imagine, I haven't heard anything different, in support of maintaining the same rate.
Yeah, I already.
Yeah, Patty already said that, so that's okay. George, why don't you weigh in on those, and we'll just come down the line.
I'm leaning towards a 20-year extension. I just think it sounds better. I think I was originally supportive of polling, and the reason I was because for me it's a way to educate the public. But I think there's other mechanisms that we can do to educate the public in terms of the program. So I would not poll. I think I would stay with the different ratios. It lends more to transparency. And also, people support the program for different reasons. And so if they, it may be they want to spend more money on acquiring, they may be interested in historical, they may be interested in ensuring that there's a stewardship. So by designating ranges, I think that that addresses the different interests and concerns that the public would have. So I would keep that in. I'm supportive of the 2 tweaks, the additions.
Okay.
And I think that's
Duration, rate, ratio, new uses, polling, I think you covered it all.
You got it, yeah.
And the rate staying the same. Michael, what are your thoughts on those topics?
Well, we're going to change, would we actually change this charter here, or is that what we're doing?
The vote would change, potentially, a tweak.
So we're writing it right now, is that what we're doing?
I look at this as kind of a check-in.
So this isn't confirming ballot language. I think this would be a conversation that would.
So this is direction for ballot.
Yeah, to create the ballot language. That ballot language would have to come back to the board for certification.
Okay, well, the sentiment is strong for what it is right now. So let it go with that.
So.
It's not that I agree with it,
Yeah.
it's just that I can see it.
Okay, so are you supportive of polling or no polling?
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is you guys decide, because, you know, I'll stand out, because I would ask for significant changes here. It looks like significant changes aren't gonna happen, so we'll let it go.
This is where we're supposed to kind of hear from each other. What changes would you like to see, Michael?
Well, I don't think that the allocation needs to be in there, and I don't think duration needs to be there, quite frankly.
So no allocation and no sunset.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I think this is one of the most successful programs Pitkin County has ever had. And I've been to most of their meetings, and when people come in and ask for satisfaction from the board, they give it. There's been numerous people coming into that board to ask for changes, for different allocations of money, and the board has been flexible about that. So, I think it's the time to test the public as a mature public and as a mature program. I think they can handle it. I don't think we need to hold their hand through this ballot procedure.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
You know, I didn't weigh in on the polling. We will be doing a poll next first week of November. And based on, you know, the previous results of the polls in the previous elections, the poll numbers have gone up and up and up for approval. Rather than spend $25,000 or whatever now and be competing with our poll and have perhaps limited, you know, to get it done quickly and in time to actually change the ballot language would be difficult. And I'm kind of agree with what Hawk had said, that, you know, if the ballot issue failed this fall, we still have time to come back, you know, do the tweaks, find out what people don't agree with.
Okay, so no polling, keeping the rate the same, duration, you sounded like 20 years.
I would go for 20 years rather, especially since it would start in 2020.
Okay.
That's putting it out. How many different boards of commissioners and open space and trails
Yeah.
boards in the future? That's way out there.
Okay, and then should we have some mention of the ratios in the ballot language, or maybe?
Well, speaking to Michael's point, if we did eliminate the numbers from the ratios, we still would have to specify that this is for
Enumerate the purposes.
the three different purposes that the money is for, and make it definite that that's. But I'm okay with having the different ratios, because that gives flexibility, and but it still mandates that some money be put forward for acquisition. And at some point in time, we're probably will have bought everything we could possibly buy, and at that point, that might be the time to eliminate the ratios completely.
Okay, and then are you okay with the two new uses being
Yes.
described? Okay.
Yeah.
And Patty, just to reaffirm, I might not have been writing them down before, polling.
Polling, I said I didn't think we needed to do. I'd rather just go into
Okay.
public education. When we have a ballot question of 20 years, the ranges I understand Michael's point, but I kind of rather err on the side of getting it passed. And I think the public will be very comfortable with that, with the ranges in there. And again, with the scoping, I definitely think historic, and I think we just need to be careful with educating the public on the bike issue. So I think that covers it.
Okay, so the new issues are fine. Well, I realize I'm in the minority here, but I do support polling, and I'll just let that go. That's okay. I just think you find out an awful lot about it, and you start to inform people about the question coming up. Rate the same. I'm a 20-year duration person as well. I just think it's within most people's imagination, and even score, you know, as it were. The ratios, I do believe in putting them in there, but I think I'm going to really need to see the language, because when you add up the top end of all the ranges, it's 150%. And I just don't want people saying, wait a second, how are you going to spend 150% of the money you have? Does it have to say in any given year, or it shall not exceed these thresholds over 10 years. I don't know how to word that, but it's just a little confusing when it looks like someone is telling you there's 150%. So that I think needs to have some work on. George, you want to
maybe
comment on that?
just an idea, you could do up to, up to 40%, up to 75, up to.
Right,
the
and
annual fund
the sum
available.
is obviously not to exceed 100, so.
But yeah, I just think that there needs to be some careful wording on that. And then, yes, I also am supportive of the new uses, but I do think they need to be also fairly carefully defined. We don't want folks to start thinking this is a historic preservation fund. It's clearly associated with properties of acquisition. I don't feel we necessarily have to put a standard. There is stabilization, then there's rehabilitation, then there's actual reuse, and so I don't know that we want to put a standard in there or not, but I think it needs to be just clear that they're associated with, located on open space properties of historical significance. And then the same is with the bike lanes too. I think that's just something that people tend to say, well, why isn't Public Works building wider shoulders out of their budget for a road here? And how much of it is a trail? Is it just because of the narrowness of the corridor, such as we might find in the Crystal? Or is it because the cost of acquisition of an actual easement would be too expensive? And where's the right funding source? So I think that has to be written in such a way that folks know it's very limited in its application. And I think that kind of answers all the questions. I did have, let me see if there's one thing here. We are currently able to use this for parking for trailheads without a tweak, so that as we get more public access and public lands, we're allowed to make sure we can take care of those numbers. Okay, and then is there anything that needs further clarification about such arrangements such as we're doing with the Forest Protection Officer?
We did talk about that fairly extensively, and we concluded that, no, whereas the charter has been interpreted to presently allow us to make expenditures to assist on stewardship of federal lands where they're having an impact on our properties as well, that it was one of those that we thought, well, if it's not broken, then let's just.
Oh, I'm agreeing. I just wanted to make sure you felt we were on good permissive property land already for that.
We've spent a whole half hour or so on that subject at our retreat, concluded that we're on firm ground there.
Okay. And then, John, I guess in the future you could give us more of the exact timelines. I know there's a date to submit like a title and potential question, and then it's actual language, and then there's a drop dead for certification. And they kind of spill right over into August or beginning of September. And of course, the sooner you really can set it, the better, because folks can get to work, although that does eliminate the government involvement.
Yeah, and just in general, there'll be a date in June that we need to notify the clerk that we intend to have the question on the ballot, and then in September there will be a certification deadline, and so we'll put those together.
And we'll start looking at drafts in August so that we'll have time to do any simplification and clarification of the language.
And then we'll be
Our
setting up
goal
the-
is to have a draft package in the packet for the joint meeting on June 14th.
Okay. Well, again, then I would like to have an opinion for John Ely. I think even last time, once we got close enough to talking about a question or we're looking at language, he was saying, hey, that's the cutoff for any expenditure of public funds by on purpose or otherwise. So we need that makes it a lot sooner for how much public outreach you're going to do between now and June 14th. That's dedicated to this pattern.
So now we'll be looking forward to a new Friends of Open Space. I'm looking right at Mr. Rick Flynn.
Well, there'll be citizen involvement, as there always has been. Whether that dormant shell of a new 501c3 with a vision will play a role, I doubt, because it's a 501c3 influencing.
But there'll be a political action committee.
But there'll be a political action committee registered with the clerk once there's a ballot measure certified by you all. And I would only say that what we talked about was that joint meeting being more of a work session with some language, but not actually the drop dead date.
Oh, yeah,
or-
we can have additional
We have
work
to
sessions.
clarify that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that we can continue to have staff involvement and do, education's allowed in the current charter. We can educate and do all that stuff up until August or
Yeah.
September. We'll
Yeah,
be careful.
it's just always nice to have a reminder of the guidelines.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm looking
Great.
forward to, we keep it all.
Like the party we had last year.
Okay.
We like the
Any other
party, yeah.
comments for us or anything in closing?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really,
Thank you
both
for all
these
your hard
meetings
work.
with You were great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Dorothea, were you here on this item?
Let's see, we are
You're not
We
a
are
little bit
past it.
behind because of future calendars. I apologize for that. But I think it's appropriate that we take the 15-minute break now and then come back ready
Yeah,
to
we're-
start.
Yeah, we're scheduled for a break. Oh, wait, I see
No,
what
we
you
didn't
mean.
do
Future
I
agendas,
know,
okay.
but that'll be quick. But let's go ahead and take the break
When we
now.
come back, we'll cut cake.
We'll cut cake and have.
Need a bathroom break.
if any other board members want to be there and that conversation. It'd be good to know just in case we want to post it also.
I think you should probably post it just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning on being there, and I noticed it was 4 o'clock was their meeting scheduled time, but do you know what time?
We haven't seen the agenda yet. If I were guessing, I'm thinking it's going to be 6 or 6:30, but we'll have to see what kind of public hearing items.
You'll send us
are-
out an update on
Yeah,
that, and I
in
think
front of
Steve's
us.
right. Let's go ahead and post it in case we have more than 2.
Okay.
Great.
Second item, we've had a request, Rachel, this came through you from Eagle County to set up another joint meeting between the Basalt Town Council, Eagle Board, and ourselves. The last time we had more of a conversation around the child care. I think this one would be intended to revisit some of the other topics, maybe of mutual interest.
Yeah, I just gotten a request from Joe Ryan and Jeannie McQueenie, and they've just said, hey, you know, the last meeting we had was productive, it was good, we'd like to be available and continue, you know, and frankly, I think it's great that we have Eagle County Commissioners paying this much attention to our side of the world, whereas in the past it was a lot more difficult. I had said, you know, look, I'm sure we're not going to get anything set up until at least June because of how full our plate is, but that was a request that came forward, so I forwarded it to John.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this was including Town of Basalt?
Yes.
So if so, Town of Basalt's going to be doing a retreat. They got 3 new board members, so we want to wait till after that, obviously.
Okay, that's a good response, and then we can start to look for dates during the course of the summer.
Okay. And then last thing, just to note, we've been coordinating with Gunnison County on our meeting June 16th, I believe. We had originally anticipated maybe going into Marble and having a joint meeting with the Marble Town Council, Gunnison, and ourselves. Gunnison gets over to Marble once a year, and they're I think they're going to have a larger agenda, and they're a little concerned about all 3 entities maybe taking up too much of that time that they set aside. So instead, we're going to meet with Gunnison and Redstone, and we'll invite representatives from Marble to hear the Wild and Scenic. That was where we ended up.
At a different time, on a different day?
It'll be on
or-
the same day at 4 o'clock. It'll be ahead of the joint meeting that Gunnison was going to do with Marble.
And what was the date on that?
I believe it was June 16th.
Yes. We have an EOTC at 4 o'clock that evening. so
It
that
says,
can't be
it says June 14th on.
June 14th, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the 16th is EOTC.
My batteries are all dying. I left my chargers at home, so I'm a little blind right now.
Okay.
Those are 3 items that I have for future agendas.
Thank you. Did anyone?
Are we going to have refreshments and snacks for the Gunnison?
Yes. Yeah.
George, a couple of quick things, since I was out last week. Did the board already do an appointment resolution for the open space and trails?
Yes.
You did that, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we send out the letter?
Yep, and we actually confirmed it at our meeting on Wednesday.
You did, okay.
Yeah.
May 10th, next week, I noticed there's a special meeting for the sausage. We don't want to.
Yes.
Why would there be a special meeting versus having on a normal Wednesday?
It had to do with their state permit. The board did not make a conclusion to deny or to approve and continued it for some further information, hoping for some results from the Marijuana Council for recommendations and other items I can't remember right now. And their state license would expire, and then they would have to reapply for a state license to continue the hearing with us. And we just thought that was not quite fair.
Rachel, and the reason was because Steve's going to be gone at our next regular meeting, and they wanted to have a full board.
A 5-person board, because we were down to 3 members for that hearing as well.
And part of the discussion also was to ask if the 2 members who were not at that meeting maybe take a time to review the grassroots coverage, because we did spend 2 hours discussing their application at great length.
So you want to punish us?
Yes, well, we do either that or we do it a new 2-hour special meeting with all the.
Either that or we punish ourselves again.
Okay, the other, I noticed on May 17th, there was a request to pave a county road. And that's going to come before us, and
That's gone, yeah, so this is going to be, I think, a two-part conversation. We have brought that through a process to get input from the caucus as well as community development and such. There's been what has been our practice in terms of considering these types of requests, and so we'll bring all that information to you.
So caucuses have already been involved?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
One of the things in going through this, we haven't really formalized a process, a review process. We've had one in practice based on questions that the board has asked in the past. So that will probably be another kind of tertiary issue that we'll talk to the board about. I think staff would like to just have a policy to deal with these kinds of requests going forward.
Right, and
Is there a specific road they're thinking of paving?
It's the lower part of Midnight Mine Road.
The lower part of Midnight Mine, that's on the backside?
No, it's
Last
kind of
one
on
out?
the front side of the backside.
The front side?
The backside.
Beginning of the backside?
I don't know lower how we're all looking at it. It's going to a house, and we'll have a map. How's that?
And we've discussed it many times.
And that means that the person is willing to pay for it, or the county is going to pay for it? I'm sorry to ask all these questions.
Yeah, so just to preview the item for you, yes, they are looking to pay for capital construction. They're looking for us to maintain.
Okay, my last question is, I noticed that Cindy Hubin, she's on a schedule for May 21st. I know she would like to do it earlier. It seemed like there'd be an opportunity to move it to the 17th if she was ready for her presentation.
She wanted it on the 14th, didn't she?
Oh, move to May 7th, actually. But
She had a
that's
couple of dates on there. One of them was the 14th, but we have our joint meeting with Open Space and Trails that day, which is on that agenda.
Anyway,
for some reason.
that's all.
Well, yeah, and I have not talked to Cindy about
Okay,
that.
that's all I have.
But Rachel, but Open Space and Trails, I thought we were meeting until June with them. We have a short meeting on the 14th with them?
Yeah, we're on the 14th, Tuesday 14th.
Which is the date we're supposed to go to Redstone.
Yes, we have it on the agenda at 2 p.m. Or earlier leave for meeting, and we still have it as Marble on that page, but it will be Redstone at 4, so we have it.
We need to just tweak that. The other thing, if I may, Rachel,
Please.
June 7th and 8th, that's the CCI summer session meeting?
Yep.
And are both Steve and Rachel going to that?
I know I will be.
Yeah, I am.
So we need to note that there will be 3 commissioners present that day.
And as usual, update any applicants that they will not have a full board if they'd like to continue.
And for some reason, there's like 1 first reading and 2 second readings listed for the building fee ordinance. So
Okay,
we'll just have to clear that up.
Thanks, Betty. Any other comments from others? Okay, we'll look at future agendas again next week during our regular work session, and we'll try to make these changes. You know, I'm looking, the one thing I will say is that we do have a number of executive session items coming up related to general county government, water issues. We do have the personnel review for the county attorney. And so we have dates on the 10th and the 17th, which I believe should just about get us caught up. The May 11th meeting is not looking like a long meeting. If there was a need or anything to bring an executive session to that meeting, John, if you wanted to get a few issues out of the way. I want to make sure we stay caught up on those things. Okay, then we would move on to, I don't see Dave here, but we could do board open discussion if you'd like.
Well, I'm going to take facilities, actually. Dave and Jody are, I think, in an engineering meeting on the facility and weren't sure that they're going to be able to be here. And I'll be quick. We are continuing to move forward with design. We're getting pretty thick books for development design. So we're going to be coming back to you guys with, we're finalizing some, still tweaking some of the floor plans and looking at those things. So we'll be back to you pretty soon. As I already mentioned to you, we will have our meeting on Monday with the City Council, which is the second reading public hearing in the locations and extent review process. They've given us several issues that they'd like us to address, and we're preparing on that now. Assuming all goes well there, we are staying on schedule right now for the July, maybe closer to the end of July, move for the rest of this building down to basalt. We are right now anticipating that we'll begin some of the internal deconstruction of this building in August and September. And based on the utility relocation project that we're in design on with the city to prepare for construction in this building, would actually be starting to dig for the addition then probably sometime in early October. So right now we're on schedule to maybe with a few weeks of slippage right now, as we've been telling you in the past. The library project, we are anticipating that the temporary location, the powerhouse, will close for the library on June 5th to begin the move of all of those materials up back into our new library with an opening date for the new library on Father's Day, June 19th. So probably have some kind of ceremony at that point. Work continues on the relocation of communications at the North 40. We're still in finalizing the design work there and getting ready to go in and do work. So that's my quick facilities update for you. I don't do it as well as Jody and Dave.
Do we have any other questions for John? Steve?
Yeah, I did read the article in the paper about the first reading of the city of Aspen, and could you just reiterate there are a couple of points that they didn't like particularly?
Yeah, so they've asked us to address a number of issues, and I don't know if it's so much that they didn't like them, but they want to be sure that we speak to them. I think there was a question about, of course, Veterans Park and what was going to happen with that and our planning process. We will have representatives from the veterans community that we've been working with at the meeting to speak to their experience in our process and how we're moving forward on that. They did ask about energy efficiency of the building, and so what are our sustainability goals. Obviously, some of the conversation we had around our solar discussion, whether we do on-site or off-site, will play into that. They asked about what our reasoning was for consolidating staff into one facility from multiple facilities. I think the city's going through that same conversation right now, and I think they wanted us to elaborate on what is driving that decision making for the county. They had questions, wanted us to address the affordable housing request and the APSHA recommendation that we had made, or that APSHA had made relative to the project, and I think looking for our comments on that. They also had requested, I think, information or positions relative to staff recommendations, and the staff recommendations which were adopted and recommended by the Historic Preservation Commission included removal of part of the sandstone corbel detail on the galena facing side of the building. We think we have a good solution for that keeps consistent with the look and feel that the board has seen. There was a general comment about concern about the architectural style When we went out to the public told us to bridge between the two facilities, being the Courthouse Plaza building and the old courthouse, to bridge the architectural styles so that it was distinct from both, but also referenced both to a certain degree to create more of a campus feel. We brought 4 design alternatives, as you're aware, back out to the public to ask which one best accomplished that. And that's the one that we selected. I think their concern that they expressed is that the architecture does not necessarily represent either building, and they'd like it to reference one building or the other more. And there may be some cues.
Yeah, John, I don't want to cut this short, but we are going to run out of time to get over to the city by 4.
Okay. I'll just say the 2 issues that are going to be the biggest conversation points. I think the most challenging conversation is recommendations, which council seems supportive of, to move the building farther away from the old courthouse and to reduce the size and scale or the massing of the building.
The appearance from Rio Grande, particularly.
Yeah, which either means putting more underground. One suggestion was under Veterans Park. Those are probably going to be the ones we have the hardest time accommodating, and we'll ask for council's consideration on. So there, I'll stop there. Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks. No, I just didn't want to go too far into that. We'll be hearing more of that perhaps in, next week going forward. Other open discussion items now.
We do have Brian and company.
Thanks, John.
Thanks for doing that.
Hi, John.
You kidnapped me off the street.
Yeah. And,
I didn't have another meeting to go to.
Thank you. Good job. Good job.
I don't know why
Something
that
was wrong.
happened.
Something was
Yeah.
wrong. Just as a kind of way to introduce this quickly, and thank you, George, for inviting Brian to come today. I've been trying to keep my eyes on what's going on with transportation funding down at the State House, and it is confusing. We have the, what was the Better Colorado effort that is coming out with something now. They've switched into a campaign mode, and it's Priorities Colorado Priorities, something like that is the title of their campaign. And they are pursuing some sort of debrucing type of question for revenues only, of state revenues, allowing them to keep and expend what comes in. If that proceeds, it will benefit schools as well as transportation and the overall general fund of the state. But that would allow a little more money into transportation. Separately, we have a bill right now that's being debated on the hospital provider fee, which would lower the amount of revenue the state is getting. That would keep us below the Tabor limit and again allow potentially more money to flow into transportation and other things within the state budget. So those 2 are over here. Then you have over here the Fix Our Road campaign, which is coming out of Weld County and Greeley. It started with their Chamber of Commerce, and the Weld County commissioners are very assertive about it, although they'll say it's not our proposal, it's this group. And they are proposing transportation revenue anticipation notes that are similar to the bills, the bonds we are already paying off from under the Owens administration, in that you're bonding against the potential revenues coming in from the federal government from there, and which we know they've passed a 5-year bill, but they only funded it for 3 years, so that alone is a little iffy. But this time they're making it off of the state general fund, that it will go to the voters and ask voter approval to issue bonds for $5 billion. Interest would be $1.4 billion, $3.6 billion would be the actual capital expended, and they're saying it will be out of the state general fund. And so if that was without new resources today and passed by the voters, I don't know exactly what it would come out of, schools, higher ed, human services, or something like that. But if it's debruced from this other measure, maybe there'll be enough money there, or if the hospital provider fee, maybe there'll be enough money there. And then there is the sales tax question, which the Contractors Association are putting forward, and I think it's going to be a 0.62 sales tax statewide with no sunset, as far as I've seen. So you've got all these kind of competing racehorses. The one I've been concerned about and have a hard time getting any answers on is the Fix Our Roads bonding proposal, because they continue to talk about a projects list, that to go to the voters, you have to tell them what this $5 billion would be spent on. And so the different answers have been, well, it's coming out of the 10-year capital improvement plan, or something called the 228 plan, which I'm not as familiar with because I'm not on our TPR now. And I have just been very concerned that this is going to be the major capital of any sort of road improvements for a 20-year period. And if it's at all like the last bonding, they get those projects done in about 11, 12 years, and then we have 8 more years of paying off debt with no new major projects coming forward. So we've been trying to figure out how they fit together, and are just not getting any solid answers about are there any projects for Highway 82. We know there's need, whether it's going to be a second floor on some of the parking, storages for RAFTA, or underpasses, or exchange improvements, or heaven forbid we finally get to the entrance to Aspen and the final components there needed for a new Castle Creek Bridge. So that's the brief introduction. And anything more that George would like to put on, or then these guys that you've been able to track down?
Just on this particular ballot, that was this draft bill that was dropped on the legislature.
Yeah, and I've asked all day long for people to give me a link to it, and I haven't been able to get anything.
It's a 20-year, and I spoke to, Rachel gave me the name of the lady who's running this campaign, so I spoke with her, try to get a little better understanding. And over those 20 years, the first 10 years are going to be allocated to pretty much shovel-ready projects that have been designed and engineered. She also told me that those monies, that's $5 billion, would be spread fairly evenly throughout the state in all four corners, she said. In terms of the western slope, though, those projects are really just, at this point, identified along the I-70 corridor. And so I asked her specifically if how would we want to get any projects on the list for our State Highway 82. And she said, well, what are you looking at? I said, well, we haven't really designed anything yet, but probably in 10 years from now, we'll probably have something designed, and we'll have a budget determined for the second 10 years. So how would we go about getting on that list? So she suggested, well, you probably want to have a discussion with CDOT and maybe even with our transportation commissioner. So that's why I asked Brian to come in here to see if there's any things that we should be doing to try to get on that list, with the potential that this bill will pass, and we want to make sure we're included. Highway 82 is currently on a TPR list, sort of on a second priority tier, which means since nothing's been engineered or designed, there's been no monies allocated for the next 8-10 years out. But it's still listed as a potential funding need down the road.
So did they use the 2030 plan that we're on to develop this list? It's a whole, there's no correlation.
They won't even show us the list. This has happened last year. I testified against the bill last year because it had nothing for us, just literally nothing. It went county by county. And I think the bill last year was $1 million for the basalt underpass. Mm-hmm. Now that we have that somewhat funded, I don't even know if that's going to be on the list anymore. And it's been very frustrating. We're working on it, and then if you talk to the sales tax people, they'll say, well, there is no list. We're just improving CDOT's budget. But I'm not so sure that sales tax isn't going to become the source to do that, and projects that aren't in that bill. I mean, maybe I'm unduly paranoid. I just remember talking to Governor Owens back in the day when buttermilk to Aspen suddenly dropped out of the 7th pot. Right. That was supposed to be funded all the way up, and we got a new governor and a new transportation director, and he said, oh, no, that you guys are only getting money up to buttermilk. And they were asking for our support for the trans bonds then, and I said, well, will the rest of Highway 82 be included if we go to a future bonding measure after you get this one done? Oh, yes, absolutely, we'll take care of you then. But this is all being driven by outside forces right now who are finding their own legislators and producing them. So that the most of the money is going to be going to I-25 front range corridors, and they, it's not being driven by CDOT. It's not necessarily CDOT's list, and the only thing they have on their website is I-70 West, record of decision projects throughout the corridor, plus seed funding for the next phase of expansion. I have no idea what that is. It seemed to me it was a fairly small number before. Then these are called their signature projects, North I-25, State Highway 14 to US Highway 36, and then South I-25, Monument Hill to Castle Rock. So that's all that they're really telling anyone, that we'll have projects in all four corners of the state, and these are where the bulk of the money will go.
So it's just an election-driven
Yes.
kind of list, and that's unfortunate because we spend a lot of time on the 2030 plan, or that I don't know how often we redo that. It has a ton of good projects on there that have all been looked at and prioritized and evaluated and put on the list for a lot of good reasons. So
I wonder if I'll get a hold of David Eller and see if there's any traction we can get with our region that way, and see what he knows about the process and how we can try to forward a project that's already been prioritized.
maybe the RAFTA through the ITSP, maybe there's something that would come out of there that would merit being on that. I don't, they're coming to talk to the
I
city
think they're
council
doing the
there.
same thing. They're limiting transit funding to 10% of the total amount of money, so 500 million out of 5 billion.
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to get the interest of Aspen on that list, because it's again, they're looking at a 20-year time frame, and so it may be an opportunity for you to use your
power
with our commissioner.
I do know the new transportation, our CDOT commissioner, and so I think that would be a conversation to have. I do think we probably would want to have, we're going to need some buy-in from the city of Aspen, obviously, on that also. But I think to your point, George, it doesn't set a specific timeline necessarily for the project. It gets us in line for a funding opportunity.
And in regards to the city of Aspen, the interest of Aspen is already on the TPR list. So we're looking 20 years, 15, 20 years out. So it's a placeholder, because if you're not on the list, then you're looking probably 30 or 40 years out.
This just seems independent of that. They're just coming up with projects for the bonding issue, and that's just one.
Well, yeah, and they're trying to tell people it's built off of these lists or something or other, but it's a Chinese menu. They're picking and panning, and I have no idea. I mean, we're all in the dark. Is it going to say, is the list going to be attached to the ballot question, and then they're not going to be able to deviate? And then if you're not on that list, you've missed the capital funding in the state of Colorado for 20 years. Patty?
Yeah, I just have a thought. The CDOT luncheon in Glenwood Springs is on Wednesday, May 18th. I don't know if that will provide us an opportunity to rub some shoulders with some folks. Are you going?
I wasn't intending to, but I think that
I have the invitation right here.
Yeah, I think it would be good for someone to attend then. The bill will be passed.
Yes.
And either be signed by the governor or not by that point. And so you'll either be in it or not. And so I don't know, maybe the outreach is more to Diane Mitch Bush and Carrie Donovan and their offices to ask us, have they seen the list that's with this bill? And maybe they didn't really drop it on Monday, but they're down to the last 7 days of the session or so for the legislative action. So we do have to track it down and see if there's any way to insert ourselves any further or see what they even have planned for us.
So it looks like this Wednesday, May 18th, may be a good opportunity if we have projects. That's pretty quick to come back. But why don't we look at that, and maybe a few of us could go down and start that conversation.
Yeah.
it's a good idea.
But
It's part of CDOT's
I
state tour.
think it's good, again, with the relationship with CDOT, but they will have to follow the dictates of the ballot language
Right.
approved by the public. So the wiggle room will be gone. I don't know if they're going to be allocating additional money to the TPRs out of this, or will they have extra coming back to the TPRs now that they're able to fund those ways. Whenever a campaign keeps you this far in the dark, and it's trying to run a bill the last 7 days of the session, you've got to be suspicious.
If you RSVP,
Would you add me to it?
Okay, anybody can just start their own campaign and get a bonding thing and a list of projects and,
Well, as long as you have enough money to buy a few lobbyists to create a
Wow.
movement and then introduce it to some legislators and tell, the legislators are representing their districts in bringing it forward. And the road problems have gotten so severe that people are, all of CCI supported it last year. And it was, as I said, didn't have much on the west slope or in rural communities.
Okay.
So, well, so who's going to be trying to track it down through Carrie and Diane Mitch Bush, or and you, David, through
Yeah,
to
we'll talk
David
to
Eller, and if we have to even to go higher to Herman or someone like that.
Exactly
And
right.
ask them what's really going on.
Yeah, I want to start with the, and go in that avenue. So-
Okay. Then that's that item. We'll let you guys go. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for both of you coming in and seeing if we get any light on this topic. We are going to obviously be skipping board reports today. Have a piece of birthday cake if you'd like, John.
John, take a piece of cake.
Red velvet, red velvet.
Come on, John.
Okay, so we will get our board reports into a future meeting. We need to be over at the city in 14 minutes. John, did you have any other open discussion items for us?
Nothing I can.
Okay, did any board members have any open discussion items they need to bring forward?
Nope.
Okay, that being the case, we will call the meeting adjourned and reconvene over at City Hall to start that meeting at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen.
Can I give you a heads up, Rachel?
Yeah.
I got a call from the
Yeah, I was planning on talking to you for a moment.